Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I would like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. It is Tuesday, September 14, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Miss Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Miss Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson. Here. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Bassett, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
If you'd please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. We have minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve the minutes from the June 8, 2021 meeting and the June 8, 2020 meeting continued to June 9.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous approval. Is there any opposition to approving both sets of minutes? Seeing no opposition, the minutes are approved. Mr. Mayor, do you have anything to report?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before beginning my report, these last 3 weeks have been tumultuous, heart-wrenching for our local community and nation. I would like to take a moment to honor our dedicated first responders and take in the sombering reminder of the risk our men and women face daily. Early in the morning of September 4th, one of our APD officers was shot in the line of duty. I'm happy to report that he survived his surgery and is on track to recovery. I'm grateful to the thousands who joined with Deb and I to pray for him and his family. And as mayor, I want to thank the officer and his family for their dedication to our community and their sacrifice. We continue to keep them in our hearts and prayers as he heals. Over the weekend, we honored and mourned the 20th anniversary of the tragic September 11th terrorist attacks. Members of my administration and community volunteers honored the victims by planting 2,977 flags in the park strip at the historic time of the first impact, one for each victim and first responder lost in the tragedy. Switching gears, my team and municipal departments have diligently accomplished many goals, including a campaign promise of mine to revitalize our economy. I've worked with Mike Robbins, who's the Executive Director of ACDA, on the new Economic Revitalization and Diversification Committee. This diverse group is made up of Anchorage residents and business leaders who will help guide the ACDA in its mission to set the stage for the economic success of the municipality of Anchorage. My administration has met with developers concerning four potential major capital projects in downtown totaling $400 million in new development. Economic revitalization was a campaign promise and it is one of my paramount goals as mayor. My delegation has been participating with the Assembly representatives in the Homeless Shelter Collaborative Working Group. I expect the group will have a recommendation for presentation and action by early October. My team has been working diligently to secure funding for the deteriorating port. We are securing support from local mayors, chambers, and stakeholders. Almost everyone in the state of Alaska is impacted by the port, and it is our duty to maintain this lifeline of Alaska. We are working on ensuring continuity of service for our homeless population at the Sullivan Arena during the contractual shift to 99+1 Incorporated. To be clear, this process was done due to an expiring contract. It was done transparently through a competitive process. My team is monitoring the situation to ensure a smooth transition. I have directed the Anchorage Health Department and the Emergency Operations Center to work with the State of Alaska, Department of Health and Social Services, and private providers to open 2 monoclonal antibody treatment centers in Anchorage. The EOC has activated their reserve medical equipment to ramp up the capacity for these sites as quickly as possible. We are looking to stand up a 3rd site, possibly in this library, later next week. We are currently investigating alternative sites beyond that to further increase treatment capacity and access to Anchorage residents. Residents who are ages 12 and older, who have recently tested positive for COVID-19 and are at risk for severe illness should consider monoclonal antibody treatment to prevent severe symptoms and hospitalization. Contact your medical provider for more information and a referral. More information can be found about this at muni.org/COVID. We have conducted more than 27,000 COVID tests in the last 3 weeks and will continue to ensure capacity to adequately respond to the rapidly changing requirements. One of the pleasures of being mayor is the opportunity to meet foreign dignitaries visiting Anchorage to pursue potential economic and tourism opportunities. My senior policy advisors and myself met with the General Counsel of the Philippines, and we look forward to meeting with the General Counsel of India and Germany in the coming weeks. I want to remind the Assembly and community my stance on President Biden's tyrannical and unconstitutional new vaccination mandates. The idea that government would mandate businesses to force personal medical decisions on their employees is flat out wrong and immoral and beyond the authority of the President of the United States. Using unelected bureaucratic machinery like OSHA to force small businesses to become the vaccine and testing arm of the federal government is anti-democratic and marks a substantial break in our constitutional order. I will not mandate that businesses require their employees to vaccinate. The municipality will not comply with this directive of the President that will invite endless litigation. President Biden is blaming his failed policies in Afghanistan and administration on the unvaccinated in this very clear political move. We will not comply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me remind folks in the audience to please refrain from clapping. Thank you. Before we move on to the chair's report, I want to confirm, Madam Clerk, that we have Member Peterson on the line. I understand he dialed in at 5.
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Great. Thank you,
Hello?
Mr. Peterson. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Hello?
Shoot. Okay. Well, maybe we can deal with this. Okay, we'll send Mr. Peterson an email and work to reconcile this issue. Moving on to the chair's report. First off, I hope that all members of the public, administration, and the Assembly were able to observe a peaceful day of reflection and remembrance on Saturday as we mark the 20th anniversary of the horrific attacks of 9/11. And I just want to express gratitude to our first responders who put themselves in harm's way every day to protect our community. Thank you. Okay, I have several items to report on, and it may be a bit lengthy here. I'll begin with our COVID mitigation plan. The rapid rise in COVID-19 infections in the past several weeks and impact on our local healthcare system, including on the limited capacity of ICU beds, has given us cause to reevaluate the measures we take to fight the spread of the virus. Unfortunately, the pandemic has gained momentum once again. The CDC has updated their public health guidance, given new evidence on the highly transmissible B.1.617.2 Delta variant of the virus that causes COVID-19. In areas of substantial or high transmission of the virus, CDC recommends all persons wear a mask, physically distance, limit their contacts, and follow hand washing and other sanitation protocols. Based on the infection rates, the state and CDC have classified all of Anchorage as an area of high transmission now, and it has been for weeks. The data is compelling. As of September 13, 271 new cases reported in Anchorage, 109 hospitalized in Anchorage, 67 of 71 ICU beds occupied, 4 available, staffing questionable. For this reason, the Assembly leadership has updated the COVID-19 mitigation plan for Assembly chambers to version 5 to be consistent with the CDC and the Anchorage Health Department guidance. The changes from the prior mitigation plan version 4 are: masks are strongly recommended for all persons. All persons are recommended to physically distance from others who are not of their household. The Assembly leadership will continue to monitor the data of COVID-19 transmission in our community and may update the mitigation plan in advance of our next meeting as needed to protect the public, the Assembly members, the administration members, and our staff. We will do our best to provide prior notice of changes to the guidelines for attendance in chambers. My intent for tonight, based on the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and rising case numbers in Anchorage, was to return to a spaced-out seating arrangement at the dais to allow for distancing between members in the administration. As we've done in the past, my intent was to have Assembly members, who are the primary principal participants throughout the meeting, spread out on the upper dais, and reduce the administration's seats and relocate some of the mayor's executives to accommodate this mitigation measure. However, the administration has explicitly indicated they're not willing to work with us to space out seating. I am surprised by this response, as I've been trying so hard to protect everyone in the chambers by following the public health guidance of the CDC and our own Anchorage Health Department. This is an Assembly meeting, and historically the presiding officer of the Assembly has determined the rules of the chambers. We'll have more discussion on that in the future. I want to assure everyone, should the mayor change his mind and decide to work with the Assembly on this issue or any other, I am ready to roll up my sleeves and work together for the good of all residents in this municipality. My background's in the private sector, where successful businesses seek to build relationships and foster trust, so I will continue to invite the mayor and his team to find ways to collaborate, because I believe that this is what the taxpayers deserve. Second issue, the reapportionment process has started, and in accordance with the U.S. and Alaska constitutions and the Anchorage Municipal Charter's requirement for the Assembly to assess apportionment of the municipality's 6 districts, I have created the MOA Reapportionment Committee to be led by Vice Chair Constant and to include members Peterson, Kennedy, and Quinn Davidson. For fair representation, districts need to contain similar-sized populations. Initial data from the 2020 census, along with voter approval in 2020 to add a 12th member to the Assembly, warrants reapportionment. Assembly leadership is committed to an open, fair, transparent process. All meetings will be noticed to the clerk and open to the public. The vice chair will be reporting on this committee from here. And finally, items of public interest. The mayor referenced the collaborative effort underway regarding homelessness, and I expect we'll hear more on the facilitated process during committee reports. And again, this process resulted when the members from Eagle River pulled the Navigation Center ordinance from introduction in order to do more work on it with the community. And this has led...
Chair, point of order.
Yes, Member Allard?
That's not a true statement. So if you're going to say something, please state the facts to the public. And I'm sure Ms. Kennedy can speak on this as well. You are flat out lying to the community on
Member
public
Eller, you are
record.
out of order.
No, I'm not. You're lying.
The record shows that Ms.
You are lying.
We will take a recess.
We're out of there.
And I'm going to return back to the point I was trying to make, which was when an item is introduced for a public hearing, it is on the consent agenda. And if nobody pulls it off the consent agenda, it gets introduced and set for public hearing. I actually, right, and so in order for it not to be set for public hearing, that item was pulled off the agenda. I meant no disrespect, Ms. Kennedy. I actually thought that this is a wonderful thing that is happening with the collaborative effort. And so I hold you in the highest regard that, I mean this, that you had the wisdom to pull that off and to ask the administration and members to work together. So I certainly apologize for any misconstruing of that, because again, I believe that was a wonderful thing you did for the community, was to stop the process and say, hey, everybody, and you're right, that's my interpretation of what you said on the record. Like, we've got people who are objecting, let's pull this back and work on it. So I apologize that that came across as a criticism. I wish I had been the one to have had the foresight to suggest that this was an opportunity for us to do something together. So in that spirit, I will move on. In response to some questions from the public concerning the confirmation process, we expect about 2 to 3 more appointees to be up for approval, but I wanted to mention to folks that this depends on the reorganization that the administration is expected to submit in October. This is a standard process for a new administration. The Assembly has unanimously approved 14 out of 15 of the mayor's appointees, and some positions don't require Assembly confirmation, such as the Chief of Staff. So thank you to members of the public for your questions and the opportunity to clarify. I will just add that the budget process will begin in earnest in October, and there will be multiple public hearings. It is very helpful to hear from members of the public with your suggestions, and I look forward to beginning that process with everybody. Finally, I just ask that all members of the public who are here, whether to speak or to listen, to please share the responsibility of welcoming all members of the committee to these chambers and extending the courtesy of respect to one another. Maintaining respect is a way to help safeguard our precious democracy and serve the interests of our diverse community. It's certainly not always easy, and these are very challenging times, but I know that if we can dig deep, we certainly have more in common than ways that we are different. So thank you all for being here, and we will now move on to committee reports. We will start with you, Ms. Allard.
I have nothing to share, Madam. Say.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee will meet at noon on September 22nd at the Election Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 2 things. First, on the annual financial report, it looks like this report is further delayed and will likely be coming to us in 2 separate parts. First being the traditional report and the single audits that we receive every year, and we're going to get these audits hopefully ASAP. The second part, which will take a little bit longer, a specific date is TBD, is a special audit being done this year regarding FEMA reimbursement. Second, there will be a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee on Thursday, September 16th from 1 to 2 p.m. to review various sunset audit reports and have a discussion regarding short-term rentals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Public Safety Committee did meet and had a discussion in regard to one of the alcohol licenses that we will have before us on our agenda today, so we'll have further discussion on that. But otherwise, we should be on track for our next regular meeting, and I will try to find that date real quick. But we should be meeting then on October the 6th. Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could, Madam Chair, I would request a moment of personal privilege once we get done with committee reports.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee will be meeting this Thursday, the 16th at 11 a.m. at City Hall, room 155. I anticipate next month we'll be meeting on Teams, as we're intending to reduce the potential exposure of our staff to COVID-19. The reapportionment process began in a conversation at our Rules Committee last week, and we came to an agreement with the committee that we would be meeting 9:30 a.m. on Thursdays, on the alternating Thursdays of the day that the Community and Economic Development Committee meets. So it would be approximately twice a month, and we haven't yet set the date when we're going to begin the work. We had a meeting scheduled, but it wasn't properly scheduled, so we postponed it. With that said, as soon as we have our first meeting, the public will be notified, and that process should move through the early spring, and that's my update on that. I also would be remiss if I didn't speak briefly on the negotiated process that we're working toward with the administration and a legislative working group of the Assembly. We have spent over 40 hours in conversation, and it's been quite enlightening that there are areas of common ground and there are still areas where we don't agree, but more importantly, there are many areas of unsure information about costs and about budget sources for expenses, and we're working through those details now. The process has kind of moved from some initial review of options to the hiring of a term contractor that was authorized by an appropriation that was introduced by the mayor and two members of the facilitated working group, and those funds are now on the ground and working. The contractor is doing due diligence at the request of the committee. There was some misunderstandings, I guess, last week about what are kind of the agreed upon elements of communication between the teams that are working on this issue. Every day when we're done working, we settle on a group of talking points that everyone agrees upon, and those are the points that we are, by agreement, able to move forward with. And so that process is ongoing. Hopefully, by the end of the month, we have a substantial report to bring back to the Assembly, and through the administration, some action. It may take a little bit into October to figure that out. And other than that, that group has been very diligent at working through the details, and I thank them for that.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Assemblies Committee on Housing and Homelessness will meet tomorrow from 10:30 to 12:30 via Microsoft Teams. We will get our standing update from Parks and Recreation on the healthy spaces, shelter outflow and housing surge update, a mass care update, particularly concentrating on the non-congregate care and utilization of quarantine and isolation, as well as a community resource coordinator update, and those folks are individuals at the library. And if I may, Madam Chair, have a quick moment of personal privilege.
Ms. Zelatel, we'll go ahead and come back to you, as Ms. Kennedy has also asked for a moment of personal privilege.
Okay, it was going to speak to my telephonic participation as well as why we're on Teams with the committee tomorrow.
Actually, my apologies, Ms. Zelatel. You had asked me before the meeting for that. Go ahead. I know it pertains to your meeting. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to provide some context for my telephonic participation tonight, as well as moving the committee to Teams. The Assembly leadership took steps to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 within Assembly chambers. As the Chair had reported, one of those key COVID mitigation measures, which was spacing out of members, was rejected by the administration. And because another item tonight, as well as the Anchorage Health Department and the Centers for Disease Control, have recommended masking in indoor spaces, physical distancing, and limiting gathering sizes, and the inability to implement such a COVID-19 mitigation plan places Anchorage residents in danger. I've made the decision to participate by the telephone for tonight's meeting and hold tomorrow's committee meeting, which is usually very well attended via Microsoft Teams, with full recognition that neither are ideal ways to effectively participate in city governance and policy making. I want to thank Assembly leadership for trying to forge a path forward, but at this point, Assembly meetings, whether in chambers or at City Halls should have capacity limits, physical distancing, and masking. So again, thanks to leadership for their effort to try, but right now, I think it's in the best interest of the public that we go back to remote meeting if we're not going to be able to physically distance and mask up. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Budget Committee will be meeting on Thursday, the 16th, in room 155 at noon, and we'll discuss next month going to Microsoft Teams as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My co-chair of the Public Safety Committee already did a great update on that meeting, so I'll move over to Health Policy, which also is on October 6th, and we encourage the public to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thank you. The Community and Economic Development Committee met last week, and we got a report from the Chuck Kopp regarding their efforts of influence on getting word out about the railroad's claims of exclusive use on their rights-of-way. And they have been doing a good job highlighting the issue up and down the rail belt. And since then, there was a very brief letter from the governor to the Alaska Railroad Corporation board requesting that they have a special meeting to pay the Flying Crown Homeowners Association all of the legal costs that they have incurred based on the railroad's lawsuit against them. So that was very encouraging. We also had a good discussion on, I guess we should say, repairing the vacant and abandoned property ordinances. We had a couple over the years, and they're a little bit contradictory and duplicative. So we should be seeing something soon that fixes that a bit. The AMATS, Technical Advisory Committee, and Policy Committee are not meeting this week, but there will still be roads, so don't worry. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So we'll go to Ms. Kennedy, and then I have Ms. Dombosky in the queue. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just that moment of personal privilege, thank you. I just wanted to be able to put into maybe a different context what I think happened when we did not move that particular ordinance. I believe it was on the consent agenda. I believe it might have actually been a resolution. There was not a public hearing being set for it, and I think we ended up in some kind of a legal consideration of how to actually how to deal with that, especially because there was an S1 version that had some pretty, in my view, onerous requirements that the municipality would have been required to do. So anyway, I think I appreciate your comment about how that has caused everyone to maybe take a second look. I think that has been valuable, and I appreciate that opportunity as well. I do believe it's a relatively painfully slow process right now, so I'm not sure in hindsight it was the actual way to go. But I understand, that everybody has to spend spend some time really considering how to go. What I don't want, though, is for it to be characterized in terms of being something that I was trying to actually stop, because that was not the intent. It was the intent of trying to make sure that how we did move forward was going to be in a way that more of the Assembly could actually support. And that was my bigger concern, particularly because we're dealing with such a volatile and critical issue as homelessness. So I appreciate your apology, and I hope that we will have, just the opportunity to maybe be a little more forthcoming about things, particularly when we recognize that things are being done politically manipulatively. And that's what I didn't want to see happen, and that is one of the main reasons why I asked that we reconsider that motion so that it would not be brought forward in that way to basically cause some more political stress and strife, if you will. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's the administration's belief that it's in the interest of the public to clarify the record. Based on comments you made and comments that Assembly Member Zalatel made, the administration asked by Assembly leadership to not only limit the number of participants from the administration side from 5 to 3 and sit down here. For security reasons for the mayor, we have to maintain secondary egress, so I told Assembly leadership that was not adequate, nor would that happen. It's inappropriate for the legislative body to manipulate or interfere with the executive branch's opportunity to participate. But as I would like to point out, your ability to space out your members is not limited because those chairs are empty. So if members feel more comfortable socially distancing, there's empty seats down there that you're more than welcome to use, I'm sure. And members can also call in, which we fully support. So just for clarity's sake and for the record, the administration believes that rather than cast aspersions, we just put facts out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Okay, let's see. So before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we will address a single laid on the table item. I will read that item into the record, and then it will require 8 votes in order to take it up tonight. If it is voted upon, if that passes, it will become item 10C1, and this is unnumbered AIM 2021 from the mayor, subject waiver of formal procurement procedures, congregate shelter services RFP 2021 P028. Is that adequate? Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to laying this item on the table? Asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this item becomes 10C1. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion, please, to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item passes. We will now move on to appearance requests and initial audience participation. We have 2 appearance requests. And if Lester Shepard would come forward, please. Shepard here.
The microphone is off, Tim. The microphone. There you go.
I did talk to him this afternoon, and he was planning and headed this way from our parking lot. So I'm not quite sure why he's not up here. But for the record...
Mr. Potter?
Yes?
Thank you for being here. Are you asking to step in for Mr. Shepard? Because I believe we will need to reschedule his appearance request.
And would that be a meeting in 2 weeks?
Or we can postpone it until he gets here later today. He's on, did you say he's on his way?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But he was coming here at 4:15. We had agreed to meet at 4:45 here, and I'm not quite sure why he's not here. So I can check on him, and you can postpone until he shows up.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens.
Okay, let's go ahead. We'll move on to our next appearance request, Donna Mears, and then we can come back to Mr. Shepard. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Welcome.
Good evening. Could I have 5 minutes as a group?
She's a commission, reporting for a commission.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Donna Mears, and I'm here representing Anchorage's Health and Human Services Commission. We met last week, and although we had other things on our agenda, we were compelled to focus on our current COVID-19 health crisis. The themes of our agenda items came up as long-standing issues that are amplified by the pandemic, the importance of supporting public health programs and the relationships they build in our community, inequities that amplify disparate impacts, and the fundamental importance of taking care of our children. Our commission has a diverse range of professional expertise, and we were supported by 2 guests that have applied to our current vacancies. Thank you to Kathleen Easley, an ASD nurse who also does contact tracing with the state, and Robert Craig, CEO of the Alaska Heart and Vascular Institute. Also, thank you to Mr. Peterson and Ms. Zalatel for your resolution tonight on municipal actions to reduce COVID. The community is Anchorage's 5th largest employer and has the responsibility to be proactive. One thing that kept coming up in the commission's discussion was the significant influence of trusted individuals. Having municipal government lead by example is powerful. The effectiveness of municipal leadership in pandemic response is documented in the state's epidemiology bulletin 22-1 from January and shows municipal executive orders in 2020 reduced spread of COVID-19. A mask mandate is fully warranted at this time with our hospitals in crisis. But the municipality can also lead by example with its workforce and public-facing programs with the policies outlined in AR 2021-303. The Commission would also like to emphasize the personal measures of reducing our close contacts, as well as regularly doing our own contact tracing. Keeping ourselves mentally and physically healthy also deters illness and diseases that include not just COVID-19. But our overwhelming recommendation is get vaccinated. Acquired resistance fades. For many that were sick in the peak of COVID last winter, it is time to get the vaccine. And when you're evaluating risk, getting the vaccine has much lower likelihood of poor outcomes from getting sick, from long COVID to hospitalization. What are we working for? We're working for over 50,000 Anchorage children that are ineligible to get a vaccine. It is vital to keep our kids in school. If they get infected with COVID, aside from getting sick, they'll miss a week and a half of in-person school, and their whole classroom and potentially school might be shift online. Support our businesses, large and small, by keeping our workforce healthy and maintain a safe environment for customers. Our hospitals are in crisis right now, and all are repeatedly asking for help. It's critical in both the short and long term to heed our healthcare providers and take care of ourselves and our community. If you have questions, you can ask the medical professionals that are here tonight. I'd like to see the rest of my time to Dr. Kristen Solana Walkinshaw, Chief of Staff, Providence, Alaska Medical Center.
Chair, can I do a point of information, please?
Yes, Ms. Ellard?
Is it normal process that outside of community councils, they have 5 minutes to speak? More or less? Are we allowing...
That was my understanding, as she is representing a commission.
The community council?
Health Commission.
And they have up to 5 minutes to speak? I'm only saying that because the community's a little bit confused. If you could put that information out, why they have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Yes, it was my understanding that community council representatives and representatives of municipal commissions get 5 minutes. Okay, let me see. If you want to go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm Kristen Solana-Walkinshaw. I'm the Chief of Staff of the medical staff at Providence, Alaska Medical Center. Thank you for ceding your time for me. I am here representing over 1,000 physicians, PAs, and nurse practitioners at the hospital, as well as all our nurses, our respiratory therapists, and all our caregivers. We are in a crisis at the hospital. I've submitted a statement that will come out in the Anchorage Daily News that you can see the details. The bottom line is this weekend we initiated our crisis care mode, and we had to begin rationing care. That's the bottom line. We had to make decisions based on our crisis care policies to start rationing care. I'm going to say it one more time. We had to ration care. That means when we have 4 machines, when we have 4 patients and 2 machines, 2 people are not getting that care. It's happening now, and we are asking for 3 things. We're asking for people to mask. Even if you're vaccinated, please mask. We're asking for people who are symptomatic to be tested. That is the best way for us to predict what our needs are going to be. And we are asking for people to be vaccinated. Just as Donna Mears said, please be vaccinated. That is our way forward. This is the only FDA-approved way to stop this virus and this pandemic. So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I do have a couple members in the queue. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for either Ms. Mears or Dr. Solano-Walkinshaw, could you, we just had a bunch of folks standing up. Could you explain to me who they are and what they represent? And then could you perhaps, Doctor, describe a little bit about what's in this letter that you've had distributed to us?
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Many of these, everyone here that is standing is a medical professional. We are from all walks of the medical profession. There are physicians here, nurses here, respiratory therapists. Many of us are from Providence, and some of us are from independent practices. We are concerned about the rationing of care that's happening, and that is why they're standing with me. These decisions are very difficult to make, and we are very concerned about the people that are waiting in our parking lot for hours to be seen in our emergency room, the people that are waiting in rural Alaska to be transferred in and not getting the care that they need.
I wasn't sure if I could speak. I'm Dr. Gonset. I'm a hospital internal medicine doctor. I work with a lot of these people. We are here to answer your questions.
Excuse me, please. I apologize for the interruption. Sir? Mr. Williams? Please refrain from making any comments, and would you step back, please, away from the dais?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Doctor, could you please repeat your name?
Sure. My name is Leslie Gonset. I am internal medicine and pediatric doctor by training. I have worked at the hospital for 10 years. We have asked our colleagues to come here because we do not feel we have been in front of your presence. We have been sporadically all over the news. We have not been here in front of you to answer questions, to really be here as a force. We have OB, ICU, ER, nurses here. The reason we are here, and I'm actually working at the hospital this very moment, and this is a phone where my nurses can contact me anytime. I'm here outside of my usual time at the hospital to tell you it is not good for all of you, for our entire community, not just COVID patients. We have to have everyone realize that isn't just the unvaccinated. This is your child getting in a car wreck. This is you going to work and getting run over on your bike. You will not get the care that you deserve. It is happening. I right now, this very moment before walking through these doors, was on the phone with one of my nurses who told me your patient is critical. I called my colleagues in the ICU and I explained my patient is going to probably die. I need an ICU bed. And the answer I got was, we are doing our best. We do not have a bed. This is what is happening every day. But this person doesn't even have COVID. This person is vaccinated. And now I am in a position where we actually have an ethics committee that got started at Providence for us to call and say, we are in a crisis. We only have 2 CPAPs machines, breathing machines, and we have 5 people waiting for them. We have people coming in or trying to come in from outside communities that are, whether they're in remote locations, they need to be medevaced to come. They have to wait. These are people who are, whether vaccinated or not, we are not here to discriminate. We are good at being at the hospital. We are good at taking care of individuals. I look at all of you today, all of you. You are our future potential patient. You are not my patient when you come through the hospital. You are our patient right now. And you are not hearing from us until you come in. And a lot of times we see patients, and these patients look at me and say, I didn't know it was that bad. Or my friends who are intelligent, vaccinated people tell me, I had no idea. It's important for us to tell the media, to tell you, to tell everybody here what is going on. It affects all of us. Why? Because we are in a community. This is a society. So this is what we are trying to voice today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I just have a few questions. Are you representing Providence Hospital, or could you speak on their behalf, Doctor?
I am coming as a physician. Dr. Solana Walkinshaw is our chief of staff. I think any of us could certainly answer your questions. You have all of us here.
Thank you. So if you don't mind, Chair, I just have 3 that will probably just follow up, if that's all right.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Is it true that Providence Hospital is preventing or not telling patients and or the general public of methods of treatment to combat COVID because Providence doesn't want to discourage people from taking the vaccine?
That is not true.
Have you given alternate means of people to combat COVID yourself, given them other solutions?
Can you clarify what you're asking? I'm not sure what your question is.
Have you spoken to any patients giving them advice on other ways to combat COVID so that you don't discourage them from taking the vaccine?
I honestly do not understand what you're saying.
Have you given any advice to patients, asking them or telling them there are other ways to stay healthy to combat COVID?
Oh, of course.
You
yes.
have?
Yes, we counsel our patients on how to stay healthy every day.
Okay, and how to combat COVID?
There's one way to combat COVID, and that's vaccination.
Okay, so are you giving them other methods besides the vaccine?
So I'd like to speak to that because I do that
But I'm not
every day.
asking you, I'm asking her.
Would you like to defer to me? Okay. All right, so she would like to defer to me.
Thank you, Chair. So I have another question. You can answer this one if you'd like. Do you work at Providence then?
We both do.
Okay. So can you tell me how many unstaffed beds are at Providence right now?
I can answer your prior question.
So
if
you
it is
can't answer
relevant.
this one?
No,
I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I'm
administration.
asking you a question. If you can't answer it, that's okay. I can go to
Yeah,
another doctor.
sure.
Ms. Allard, we may need to move on.
Okay. So then,
Do you want to
is there-
rephrase, or do you have a final question?
Yeah, I just have one last one, and
Okay.
any of you guys can answer it. Has any care been denied from Providence Hospital at all? Have you turned any patients away from Providence Hospital?
We do not turn patients away, and we cannot accept a patient when we don't have a bed for them. We cannot accept a patient in transfer when we do not have a bed for them.
So I just need, just so I can clarify and understand your answer, have you currently turned any patients away from Providence Hospital?
We do not turn any patients away.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I'm not in the queue, sorry.
I am.
We're
thank
reversed.
you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I'd just like to hear the answer to the second question from the doctor, please. Thank you.
I appreciate it. My job is to take care of COVID patients, unvaccinated, heart attacks, strokes, all of them. I help all of the specialties. We all work together. Everybody here, everybody. Now, to answer your question, what we do is tell you now, the public, and all the patients that come to us, what works and what doesn't work, what we know and what we don't know. That is what a physician should do. We don't tell people what to do, or we don't have an agenda. We signed and stated a Hippocratic oath not to harm. To answer your question, the only thing that is FDA approved is a vaccine, not anything that we give you once you hit our hospital door. Everything we give you besides oxygen is not FDA approved. It is all under emergency use authorization. There's nothing else we can do, but what we know that is only saved lives are the vaccines. We are here to tell you, don't get sick. Just get your shot. We are here. We were your guinea pigs in December. All of us were your guinea pigs. And we said, when we looked at the science, because that's what we do, we look at the data, we look at the science and say, wow, do I want this too? When we did, we were racing to get the vaccine. And we are not the ones in the hospitals with COVID. We are only seeing COVID patients that are unvaccinated. So when I'm talking to these people who are unvaccinated, there is a solution, and that is the vaccine. That is the only FDA-approved method.
Thank you, doctor. There are still 4 members in the queue. Did that wrap it up for you, Mr. Perez-Verdia? We have Ms. Zelatel, then Ms. Allard, then Mr. Constant, then Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to express my thanks to the healthcare providers that are there today, and to all of the staff that work with you in the hospitals, and acknowledge that I understand the gravity of having to ration care, that message is loud and clear. Do any of the speakers, and I'm sorry I'm not there with you so I can't see you, but would any of the speakers like to provide advice to us as a governing body of things we could do to help the situation while individuals can continue to get vaccinated? Thank you.
Ma'am, please. And just so that is creating an actual disturbance, apologies for the disruption, Doctor. I do want to let folks know I intend to ask the body for a motion to extend the initial audience participation. Go ahead, Doctor. Thank you.
I want to say that I am speaking on behalf of everyone here. We are all on the same page, which is why we're here as a united force. What we are telling you is not our agenda. We are telling you as your healthcare professionals, we know what works, we know what doesn't work. What works are vaccinations, increasing vaccinations so that we are not vulnerable, so that our hospital systems do not suffer, so that you have stat beds and you get the standard of care you need. Number 1. Number 2, masking. Is it perfect? No. I wear this mask everywhere I go. You want to wear a mask, and that is the second thing that we recommend. And the third thing is going to be, please be humble. We see all of the families come in angry, shouting at me that I'm killing their family member on the phone, where all I could say was, but the vaccine would have saved your loved one. And we are here telling you the vaccines work. Be humble. We are here to help and serve all of you, regardless of your background, your vaccine status. We take them all in, and we try to do the best care we can with the resources that we have. So I would urge you, and why we are all here, is hear our desperate plea for help that unfortunately a lot of people don't understand, that this is our life, this is our reality. You have to put into place what works. Vaccinations, masks, and limiting the indoor gatherings that worked before when they were instituted. We are just letting you know the facts and to answer your question.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Mayers, did you want to respond to Ms. Zalatel's?
Yes, so all of you up here, as well as all the medical professionals here, are trusted individuals to somebody, whether it's your supporters, your patients. Trusted individuals have got the best opportunity for messaging. If we're providing clear information, if we're leading by example for wanting to make the assembly chambers safer for your members. Ms. Zalatel, by calling in tonight, so you're reducing your contacts and reducing the opportunity for spread. So leading by example is huge. As I said in my testimony, the municipality is the 5th largest employer in Anchorage. That's huge. There's a lot of people that are working for the municipality, related to people working for the municipality, and the example that gets set with your work environment is significant.
Thank you, Ms. Mayers. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard, I'm going to go to Ms. Kennedy and then Mr. Whittleton next because they've not been in the queue yet for this round, and then we will come back to you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in regard to something that was said that kind of piques my interest and I'd like some more information about, and that was in regard to, it sounds like equipment, that, you know, we all hear a lot about ventilators, and we can look at the statistics on any given day about how many ventilators are in use in the state, but you mentioned something about CPAP machines. And so my question is, do we have other needs for other equipment that we actually don't have? And how do we get the equipment that we need, especially if it's something that seems to me to be something relatively simple? Thank you.
It's both equipment and the staff to monitor the equipment, so it's more of a staffing issue. So, for instance, our staff are worn out, they're exhausted, and we don't have enough staff to run 4 dialysis machines for continuous dialysis patients overnight.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that. And I also just want to say, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, that I think the Assembly has been getting quite a bit of information about the stress that the medical profession is under right now. And so I do appreciate you all coming out. You know, I thank you. You're doing what you do. If I can encourage you in any way, I would like to do that. But it is a very interesting timing, I would say. Again, I thank you for all that you're doing, and if I could create more of you and clone more of you, I would. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Whittleton?
Well, thanks, and thanks to everybody who's there speaking. And I would have to speak right into the mic because it's a little faint when on the phone. But I have a question for any of the medical professionals who are there. So the mayor has said that we're setting up monoclonal antibody stations throughout the city to, I guess, to enhance the ability to treat COVID-19 patients. So, I mean, is that a good thing? What's your view on that? I haven't heard any mention of that.
The monoclonal antibody treatment is recommended for people before they require hospitalization and not after they are hospitalized. It helps to prevent more severe illness, but doesn't do as much once a person is ill enough to be in the hospital.
Okay, so to follow up, so would that ease pressure on the hospitals then with those set up?
Yes, they're very helpful.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Mr. Constant? Ms. Allard, you are okay. Mr. Constant?
To all of you who are serving the members of this community, whether they care for the work you're doing or not, I say you are a blessing to all of the people of this community. I recognize your sacrifice, and you now have a taste of what we have had to face. We'll stand with you as long as we can, And we'll do what we need to do to protect this community with you. And you are a blessing to the people of this city and this state. And from the depths of my being, I thank you for saving the lives and being there for those who breathe their last breath in your care. Shalom.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much. I will say that we were heroes a year ago, and we're the enemy for a lot of people, so that your words mean a lot, so thank you.
We're in this together.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, I will ask the body for a motion.
I move to suspend the rules and extend to 6:30 audience participation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Seeking unanimous consent.
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Allard?
We're at only allowing the public to testify for 30 minutes. We've literally given this first testifier, I don't know what time it is. I can't read over there. Let me look at the clock really quick. 6:05, so I guess approximately 45 minutes. So we need to extend at least a minimum of 45 minutes, please, to allow what we normally would allow to testify.
The motion is to extend to 6:30.
I move to motion to extend until 6:45. Can I go ahead and amend it until 6:45, please?
Before we address the motion on the floor, I would ask Mr. Williams to please step back from the podium so as not to create an actual disturbance of the meeting. So the motion on the floor is to extend to 6:30. Ms. Allard, you may be seeking an amendment.
Yes, I'd like to amend till 6:45, please.
Is there a second?
And I'll second that, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded to extend to 6:45. Seeking unanimous consent.
I'd like to vote.
A request for a vote. Madam Clerk, would you conduct the vote, please?
Mr. Weddleton on the amendment to extend to 6:45.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson? Okay. Ms. Zolotow?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
That motion fails 5-6.
Pete,
We
you
now
probably want
have-
to mute.
The main motion before...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Our machines are flipped, and so the vote doesn't represent the actual vote. I just want to
Okay.
state that for the record, that I voted yes.
Okay, so perhaps we ought to conduct voice votes for the two members from West Anchorage until we've resolved the issue. Okay. I ask for members of the public to please refrain from outbursts. The amendment fails. The main motion to extend participation to 6:30 is on the floor. Mr. Constant, are you requesting a vote?
I think this one is fine, but go ahead It looks like it's before us.
Seeking unanimous approval. Any opposition to extending initial audience participation to 6:30? Okay, we are extended, or this portion of the meeting is extended to 6:30. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record, Mr. Imbriani, and you'll have 3 minutes.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani, and through the chair, Mr. Constant, I believe the Hebrew phrase you were looking for is Toda Rabbah. Sincerely, thank you. And I would also like to say sincerely thank you to all of the medical professionals that are here today. It's been 18 months. I would have loved to hear from you guys in November, so you guys knew what, or we knew what you need, because we've learned a lot. And we've had time to evaluate our response to COVID. And when cases were peaking in November, we faced a shortage in qualified medical professionals, much as what we were hearing today. Medical experts were even saying that COVID was here to stay, and that even with a vaccine, that COVID would still be here for a while. But what did we do to address the worker shortage? Nothing. Instead, this body decided to use CARES Act funds and then blow the first half of ARPA funds on an equity wish list instead of addressing future concerns of COVID in this community. There are certain factors that are going into people who are getting hospitalized. We have an actual causes of death in Alaska. This is a peer-reviewed medical journal that I have if you'd like to see. It stated that the number one cause of death in Alaska for 2011 to 2015 was being overweight or obese. That was the number one cause. And what have we done to address that concern through public health measures? Nothing. I have another one here showing the body mass index and risk of COVID-19 hospitalization for the United States, March of 2020 to December of 2020. Showing that 78% of all COVID patients who were admitted to the hospital were overweight or obese. I'm sorry, 78% of them were. But we've done nothing to talk about diet, exercise, getting in shape, making sure that if you were to catch COVID, that you would have the best chance of battling and surviving it, vaccine or not. So I ask that you start to address the issue that are contributing to this so-called crisis that we find ourselves in, rather than trying to do the same thing over and over again that we tried to do before that didn't work. This city will not sit idly by while you impose or try to impose any new and unconstitutional mandates upon its residents. We will not comply.
Amen. Amen.
Members of the audience, please refrain from applause. This is creating an actual disruption of the meeting. Welcome.
You may call me Fafo. So I recently just went down to San Diego.
Would you repeat your name for the record, please?
Fafo, F-A-F-O. I recently went down to San Diego for a procedure. While I was down there, I ended up having a heart attack. While I was in the hospital for the heart attack, I happened to be roomed with somebody who actually had taken the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And while he was in the hospital, the reason he was in the hospital was because 2 days after he took that vaccine, he actually developed a blood clot in his lung that moved into his heart. The guy is literally in the hospital expecting to die. So I literally sat there and watched this guy gagging his life away while I was in the hospital for something that happened to me. So whenever you guys, and I understand that you guys have to push the vaccine and everything else, but when I seen that firsthand, I spent 2 days in there with the guy. I don't give a shit. I already spent a week dealing with COVID. My wife spent a week in the hospital dealing with COVID. We got through it just fine. The difference is now is we have a doctor who actually cares and is actually doing stuff that other countries are doing. They're prescribing things that we can actually use to prevent this stuff. Okay, so we're taking preventative medicine. We're taking things that actually matter. The vaccine, you know what? How many boosters are you going to have us take? I have a guy right now that works for me that has already taken his first one. And you know what? It made him sicker than the first 2 shots. The first 2 shots, he was out for a week. The second one, or the booster shot, he was out for almost 3. So I'm sorry, but the medicine that you're pushing, not for everybody. I'm not saying that it's for everybody. But for some of us, when we see the stuff that happens, it scares the living shit out of us. So you do what you want. I personally am not taking the vaccine, and I've been healthy. I've been tested more times than I can count. I have a good immune system, and I know I'll get through it. So for everybody that believes in the vaccine, I have one question for you. Are you more mad that we didn't take the vaccine or the fact that we haven't died yet?
Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Irene Quidno. Recently, I received this postcard in the mail telling me that I can win $49,000 if I show proof of vaccination. That lottery was made possible by your decision to distribute COVID relief funds to the Anchorage Chamber rather than directly to businesses who need it. I find it shameful that you would take advantage in this way of people that are in dire straits financially because of your mandates during the pandemic. But what bothers me even more is the fact that you continue your frenzy to coerce people into doing something they do not want to do. The words I'm going to read are not mine, and I do not know the author, but they are spot on. And by the way, they also apply to your continued push for masks and any other mandates and lockdowns you're trying to impose. I quote, "If you have to be persuaded and reminded and pressured and lied to and incentivized and coerced and bullied and socially shamed and guilt-tripped and threatened and punished, if all of this is considered necessary to gain your compliance, you can be absolutely certain that what is being promoted is not in your best interest." End quote. The nurse, you mentioned that the nurses, that you were the heroes last year, and that now you're the enemy. The nurses that Providence Medical Center is firing because they're not taking the COVID shot were also the heroes last year, and now they're expendable. You claim you don't have enough people. Then why are you firing people because they don't take the shot? If you're that desperate, I would think you would keep everyone. Fact. This is from the Muni webpage. These numbers are from the Department of Health and Social Services. This is Municipality of Anchorage latest report, 9/12 through 9/13. ICU beds, 27 are COVID patients, 40 are non-COVID patients, and as of noon today, 4 ICU beds were available. Ventilators, 19 were used for people with COVID-19, 53 total in use, total available 216. Fact, emergency department previous day visits in Anchorage, COVID-19 related were 10.35%. I don't consider that an overrunning of the system. And breakthrough cases, according to the Department of Health, in July were 29.6%.
Thank you for your participation. Mr. Constant is in the queue.
Ms. Quidnow,
Please.
just a quick clarification. That flyer you have for $49,000 is not from the municipality. That's from the state of Alaska. The $49,000 is not us, it's the governor. Thank you.
But you issued the money.
No, it wasn't us. It was the governor.
Thank you for your testimony, your participation. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Brittany Tompkins, for the record. As you just clarified, that money is from the state, but I also want to know why we didn't use it on supplies if they're short on it in the hospitals, instead of bribing people. I strongly support the resolution for medical equality and freedom. Medical mandates are dangerous and irresponsible because no two people are the same. For example, some people handle masks just fine. Some others Other people experience headaches, high blood pressure, mouth and face sores, or vision issues. Vision issues related to masks hits very close to home, as my mother, who gets regular injections in her eyes, started experiencing irreversible vision decline once masks were mandated last year at her office. Since then, she is no longer able to drive and has to do therapy at the Blind Society. Her doctor, a retina specialist, warned her about this, but her office would not take an exemption. That's how mandates have negatively affected my family. What is good for one person may not be good for someone else. As with any pharmaceutical intervention, that decision is the right to every individual to make. Informed consent, which I was told doctors do stand up for, is critical in a free society, and discrimination based on medical choices is morally wrong. If we do not have bodily autonomy, we have nothing at all. And I like how the ADN and the Anchorage News Source does not take videos when people like us are talking up here. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Again, no applause, please, during testimony. Welcome.
If leadership is important, then let them lead us in freedom. No freedom.
Ma'am, can you please state your name?
Kirsten Marchant. No freedom is without risk, and why are we acting like it is? If you guys are rationing care, stop firing your nurses for being unvaccinated. It's like hitting your hand with a hammer on purpose, complaining about that it hurts and asking us to help. It's ridiculous. I am a community member here in Anchorage. My husband and my dad both worked for the Anchorage Fire Department when this pandemic first started. When the fatality of this pandemic was unknown, and before the option of a vaccine was an option, we had to make the decision to serve the public at the cost of personal harm every day. I'm the mother of 6 kids, and this is not a decision that I took lightly. We, along with nurses, cops, doctors, and other people that were essential to society, already answered the call to serve the public at risk to ourselves. We already put the good of the public before ourselves, and for anyone to tell me now that I have to sacrifice for the greater good, get off your high horse. You are not part of this conversation, and you have no place here. For all of those who are afraid, you have the option of getting the vaccine. It is available to everybody. So why are we afraid? Why are you so afraid? As safe as you are, as effective as the shot is, this is about fear-driven control, and there's no reason to fear for those who are so terrified, and us who are not should be. Anytime I hear the statistic from a doctor, I don't want a percentage. Give me a number. 50% of 2 beds is very different than 50% of 100 beds. So what are we talking about here? Recently, the Rolling Stone published an article about all of the gunshot victims that were being turned away, later to find out that the doctor didn't even work there, hadn't for several months, and blatantly lied. Hospitals nationwide are driving our nurses out that don't comply. So is it shocking to see this room full of lab coats? You still have a job, so you have already complied to tyranny. The question now is if you are here to be a truth teller or to push propaganda and fear. We'll find out. The option for a cure is here. We have the choice if we want it. If you don't, fine. Ben Franklin famously said, "No freedom is without risk." Or those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. This solution is stripping me of my right of my own body, and anyone who stands opposed to me says clearly, our ends justifies our means. I don't care if it takes medical rape to get us there, and you don't consent, well, good luck feeding your family. What a choice you offer. This is about freedom, and shame on you for letting it go, and for so little.
Thank you for your participation.
My name is Craig Downing. Assembly members, the CDC, the FDA, and other alphabet government agencies throughout history have deceived and defrauded the American people. At this point, how could you follow the guidelines from the CDC and the FDA on Pfizer and any other pharmaceutical company? In 2009, Pfizer settled the largest lawsuit in our nation's history, $2.3 billion for bribing doctors and falsifying lab reports. In 2004, they pled guilty to felony criminal charges. Why should we trust them now? Because you say so? What happened to my body, my choice? What happened to the Nuremberg Code laws? Number one is consent. Smallpox epidemic of 1837. U.S. Army deliberately infected blankets with smallpox and gave them to Native Americans on Missouri River, which killed tens of thousands of Native Americans. Tuskegee syphilis study from 1932 to 1972. They infected blacks with syphilis, never informed them of the logistics of the experiment, and it was the U.S. Public Health Department and the CDC, along with the Tuskegee University of Alabama. They promised free health care, then denied them health care knowing they were infected with syphilis. Forced sterilization policies in the U.S. from 1937 to 1966 nationwide, black women were forced sterilized through eugenics without their knowledge, consent, or understanding. In 1929 through 1974, this continued in North Carolina. This was also done by the Nazis for ethnic cleansing. From 1950 to 1964, the CDC put the SV40 cancer virus into the polio vaccine and gave it to us as children. Dr. Fauci lied to Congress about the gain of function, which means they made the virus more deadly and easier to catch. None of these victims knew or gave consent. Same as now, we do not know what the long-term effects are with these vaccines. The FDA takes 7 to 10 years to approve a vaccine. They pushed this vaccine through under emergency powers. You still want us to believe and trust anything these known evil liars, killing, have to say? Scientists and doctors are bought off just like you politicians. I do not give my consent, not now, not ever. Johnson & Johnson baby powder, Roundup. The list is too long for me to mention in 3 minutes. It's time for the politicians to stay out of our medical decisions.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Webb. I'm an internist. I'm also the member at large for the Providence Medical Executive Community. I'll try not to waste your time by reiterating the points that Drs. Solana Walkinshaw and Gonzet already very eloquently made. Instead, I will respond briefly to a question asked by Ms. Allard. I thought it was very prescient and appropriate in terms of how many of the beds are staffed versus unstaffed. I agree that shortages in workforce can certainly impact the situation. While I was waiting in line, I communicated with the nursing supervisor at Providence. We have we don't have approximately. We have 223 adult beds at Providence. One of those is currently out of service because of a leak. Maintenance is working on that room right now. There are 2 unstaffed beds out of the remainder. So all other beds are fully staffed. We currently have 10 patients waiting in the emergency room for a bed. 3 of those patients are waiting for an intensive care unit bed. There are no beds available presently. Again, I don't want to waste your time by reiterating other points. I would just briefly respond to the suggestion that we should not be afraid. I would say that we are terrified as physicians and nurses. What we're terrified of is being faced with 2 or 3 or 4 patients and not having the resources that we need to take care of them. That is not why any of us went into these jobs. We thought that we were going to be working in hospitals in a developed country that had the resources we need to do the job that we're trained for, and we're now in a situation where we don't have that. And it is very frightening to us because we got into this job to take care of patients. That is why we're afraid. Finally, I'll just thank all the members of the Assembly, as well as the administration and the municipal employees who are here tonight listening to our testimony. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Petralzik. I'm an Anchorage resident, a family medicine physician, a medical educator, an 18-year veteran of the United States Air Force, a mother to an unvaccinated child in the Anchorage School District, and a person living with immune compromise. I worry on a daily basis about the severely limited medical capabilities in our community that have resulted from the COVID-19 pandemic. I worry that I could contract COVID and leave my children without a mother. I worry that I could bring this disease home to my 6-year-old. I worry that one of my family members could be injured in an accident and have no hospital to receive treatment in. I worry that I'll be unable to properly care for my patients, and I'll have to watch them die due to a lack of resources. I have only had to worry about that one other time during remote deployments. I never imagined that I would have to experience that helplessness here at home. I have faithfully served my country and my community for my entire adult life. Now I need your help. You can help by getting vaccinated if you're eligible. You can help by wearing your mask around people that are not your family members. And you can help by limiting your high-risk activities so that we don't have even more patients that don't have COVID to take care of in the hospitals. We need people to help us. We have extended our capabilities to help you. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. That brings us to the end of initial audience participation. There will be an opportunity for audience participation at the end of the meeting. If you would like to sign up with the clerk, Mr. Turner, down here for prioritization, we will still go to folks in the room, and those who requested telephonic participation. We had several folks sign up. I apologize for not getting to those individuals this evening. We will hopefully have time at the end. That brings us to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So we'll now go down the dais, and I'll ask members if they'd like to pull any items. Actually, we'll go ahead and start with the phone. Ms. Zalatel, are there any items you wish to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 10 Alpha 2, and I believe the late on the table item was 10 Charlie 1. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Peterson, are there any items you would like to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10A6, please.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Item 10A6. Mr. Weddleton, any items?
Yes, I'd like to pull 10A8 and 10G7 and 10G8.
That was 10A8, 10G7, and 10G8. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So we'll now go down the dais, starting with Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10A4 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
10A3 for reading. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A9 for reading. Also, I'm not pulling it, but I'd like to indicate my strong support for item 10E5 on the addendum. Thank you. No, don't pull it.
Did not pull it?
No. It's just my only opportunity to say. Just 10A9 for reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would pull 10A1, 10D4, And 10F3.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10A8 and item 10B2.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 items to pull, items 10A7 and 10B3.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
10A5, please.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Let me go ahead down the list to make sure I have it correct. We are pulling 10A1, Mr. Constant, 10A2, Ms. Zalatel, 10A3, Ms. Quinn Davidson, 10A4, Mr. Perez Verdilla, 10A5, Ms. Allard, 10A6, Mr. Peterson, 10A7, Mr. Rivera, 10A8, pulled by both Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Kennedy, 10A9 by Mr. Dunbar. Any other items under the 10As?
Madam Chairman, the queue.
Yes.
I just wanted to note that Mr. Kobe and her family should be they're flying in, they should be coming in and go out. So at some point I'll make a motion to change the order of the day. Just so people are aware, that's why I'm doing it, so they can come in, get the resolution, and go and drive home to Seward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Under the 10Bs, 10B2 by Ms. Kennedy, 10B3, Mr. Rivera. Under the 10Cs, 10C1, Ms. Zalatel. Under 10D, 10D4, Mr. Constant. Nothing under 10E. Under 10F, 10F3, Mr. Constant, and then under 10G, 10G7 and 10G8 by Mr. Weddleton. Do members have any other items they wish to pull off the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, did you call 10B2?
Yes, Ms. Kennedy pulled 10B2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion?
I would move to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, the consent agenda minus the pulled items has been passed.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constant?
I would move to change the order of the day to take up item 10A8 before item 10A1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The idea is that we have folks from the fire departments of Anchorage and Girdwood here, and I'd like to have these items moved together so that we can kind of celebrate the fire department in unity.
Any opposition to changing the order of the day to take up item 10A8 before 10A1? Seeing no opposition, we've changed the order of the day. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. We now have before us item 10A8, resolution number AR 2021-301, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Girdwood Fire and Senior Captain Matthew Olson on his 24 years of service. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Seeking unanimous approval. Seeing no opposition, this resolution passes. Who is reading and who is presenting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Girdwood Fire and Senior Captain Matthew Olson on his 24 years of service. Whereas Girdwood Fire and Rescue has provided fire, rescue, and emergency medical services to the Seward Highway, Girdwood, Turnagain Arm communities, and mutual aid in Turnagain Pass for 62 years, and whereas Senior Captain Matthew Olson joined as an auxiliary firefighter with Anchorage Fire Department at Station 15 in Girdwood in the summer of 1997, and whereas Senior Captain Matt Olson has provided fire, rescue, and emergency medical care to Girdwood residents and visitors for 24 years, and whereas Senior Captain Olson has helped municipal residents on thousands of emergency calls, and whereas Senior Captain Olson has excelled as a firefighter, fire service instructor, engineer, advanced life support EMT3, captain and senior captain during his tenure at Girdwood Fire and Rescue, and whereas Senior Captain Olson has excelled, taught, inspired, and led generations of Girdwood firefighters, and whereas Senior Captain Olson leaves a legacy of hard work, journeyman knowledge, and attention to detail with fire apparatus maintenance, hose testing, and self-contained breathing apparatus, SCUBA, tools and equipment care at the Girdwood Fire Station. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly thanks Senior Captain Matt Olson for 24 years of exemplary service to the Girdwood Valley service area, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of September 2021.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this. I will try to keep this somewhat brief. I do appreciate your time and am honored by this. When I first started as a volunteer, I didn't expect it to become such a large part of my life and become so much to me in terms of my own growth and experience. But I didn't do this alone. Emergency services is not an individual accomplishment, so I would like to first thank a few of the people and organizations who helped our department, our community, as well as myself, in becoming a better firefighter. Former Girdwood Fire Chief Michael Toomey, who has passed on but will never be forgotten. Michael gave me an opportunity and set forth a path for me to grow in the fire service. It's been an honor and a pleasure working for past Girdwood Fire Department chiefs, as well as working alongside my brothers and sisters, both past and present. Thank you. Thank you to Chief Weston and Chief Garhart for all your hard work and dedication to the Girdwood Fire Department. I would like to thank my beautiful wife, Nicole, for her support, love, and understanding over the years. The Anchorage Fire Department for all their support and opening the doors for training. Anchorage Fire Dispatch for having a voice on the other end of the radio who's working with you to solve a problem, especially on a tough call in the middle of the morning. All the law enforcement, rescue, and other EMS, fire, career, and volunteer departments I have trained with and have been on calls with. Thank you. Thank you to the community of Girdwood and the support you've shown and given to your fire department. As for myself, serving in the fire department has made me a better person. As I had mentioned before, I didn't necessarily know this when I first began, but I learned that this type of work was my calling. To serve others, my community, and everyone who passes through our community, as well as striving to bring the best out of others on the department, just as those individuals brought the best out of me. My own self-esteem and confidence has grown throughout the years, and it is an immeasurable gift to find personal happiness and satisfaction alongside of getting to help others.
Finally, I would like to acknowledge that this type of work is not without casualties. And there have been members of some of the agencies we've worked with who are no longer with us, but whose service won't be forgotten. Thank you all again, and have a nice evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senior Captain Olson, for your service. We now have before us item 10A1, resolution number AR 2021-291, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Anchorage Fire Department Assistant Chief Mike Crotty for his public service and dedication to our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. This resolution is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Anchorage Fire Department Assistant Chief Mike Crotty for his public service and dedication to our community. Whereas Mike Crotty began his career in public safety in 1981 after completing an EMT course as a member of the Alaska Air National Guard Security Police, and first working as an EMT with the Community Service Patrol. After completing his paramedic training, Mike went to work as a prison medic at Cook Inlet Pretrial in Anchorage, prior to being hired as a paramedic with the Anchorage Fire Department on June 21st, 1984. And whereas on June 15th, 2021, Mike retired as an assistant chief just 6 days short of 37 years of service with the Anchorage Fire Department. And whereas Mike was instrumental in advocating for the addition of Medic 9 in South Anchorage in 1999, as well as serving as the IAFF Local 1264 Executive Board in 1999 and 2000, and becoming a planning section chief for the Municipality of Anchorage's Type 3 Incident Management Team during the 2000s. And whereas after promoting to EMS Battalion Chief in 2002, Mike became an advocate for and instrumental in developing the AFD's Best in the Nation high-performance cardiac arrest resuscitation program and its integration throughout the Anchorage area-wide EMS system. And whereas throughout his career, Mike has precepted and mentored well over 50 new hire employees through their departmental paramedic internships. And whereas one innovation Mike brought to AFD was the implementation of a yoga practice among the fire crews he worked with, demonstrating his big heart and commitment to wellness. And whereas Assistant Chief Mike Crotty serves as an inspiration and mentor and is well-spoken advocate for emergency medical services within both the public safety profession and the greater community, now therefore the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Assistant Chief Mike Crotty is recognized, honored, and thanked for 37 years of dedicated and distinctive service to the Anchorage Fire Department and the citizens of the Municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of September 2021.
Thank you. I'll also try to keep my comments brief because I know you have a lot of business to get to. Unlike Senior Captain Olson, I didn't prepare a lot of words tonight, and I think we've run some calls down on the highway together over the years as well, so congratulations to you. As I read this up here, it sounds like I did a lot more than I really did. It's fairly well written. Thank you, Chief Schuneman. The part that resonates most with me, though, is this is not the first time I've stood in front of this assembly. I see the plaque here for Mark Belts is still up. Many of you may not know the history behind that. I'll be happy to tell you more about it if you'd like. The first time I stood in front of this assembly was, in fact, advocating for the utter lack of an ambulance south of Tudor in Anchorage. I stood in front of this assembly 6 times in less than a year, went on several radio talk shows, and the first time I stood with a colleague of mine in front of this assembly, Charles Wolforth gave us money for an ambulance. Pat Abney advocated for an ambulance in her district, and L.V. Gray gave us some much-needed help along the course of that year to get the funding for the personnel to do it. It was the assembly doing its best work, I thought. So I thought I would point that out for you. I tried to do some math about the journey I've been on. When I first came in to the Anchorage Fire Department, I had to ask for rubber gloves. This was just about a year into the AIDS epidemic. They gave me a pair of Palmolive dishwashing gloves, yellow, and said if I wanted more, I could buy them myself. We've come a long way since then, and in fact, we do have a very well-refined cardiac arrest resuscitation program, and that's due in large part to Dr. Michael Levy and a large team of people who've worked really hard at it. You put a challenge in front of them and they'll solve it. So with that said, and after watching the public comment here earlier, I'll just mention that I've actually been off the line with the fire department since April of 19. That's when I went upstairs and started doing administrative work. But this past winter, I was detailed over to the EOC to start doing COVID vaccinations. And I'm doing that still now as a contractor for the health department. And I'll just say that that has been an opportunity to shift from reacting to medical emergencies to get in front of them and try and prevent them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Chief Crotty. Oh.
The chair, may I have a word?
Yes,
my name is
please,
Eric
go ahead.
Tuat. I am a member of the executive board for the Local 1264, the firefighters. And as is our tradition, when someone retires after a full career serving the citizens of Anchorage, we present them with this retirement axe. And it's especially meaningful for me as I worked with Chief Crotty for about 8 years in Midtown. And as you probably took away from his little speech there, he's very calm, sometimes without emotion, but that leads to a lot of good leadership qualities when he arrived on EMS scenes. And responding with him, I always knew that he would calm the whole scene down and take charge, and that good things were going to happen when he showed up. And so for 37 years, Chief, thank you very much. And this is from your brothers and sisters at the union.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Chief. Before we move on, just a couple of words. Hard words. I share your emotion. Things are changing in this town, and right now not for the better. But there's still a core of people who care, as we saw tonight, and we're going to do whatever it takes to save the lives of people, even those who don't want to have their lives saved. I had an experience with you back before the world ended and became whatever this is now. 2019, just before you left the field. We had a cup of coffee at Noosagaya, right across the street there. And right in the middle of our meeting, which you were setting me up to go to San Francisco and see firsthand what their homeless response was. We got a call. He said, come with me. And we blasted down the road at full speed behind an engine, a truck, an ambulance, and you. We went, of all places, to my doctor's office, which was so shocking to him and to me. And we go in, and there was a woman dead on the floor from a heart attack. She was gone. And you and your team, in front of my eyes, brought her back to life. That moment changed me, and I'll forever honor my relationship with you. and all of the good things that started back in touching our toes in a yoga class. And I just want to say thank you for a life of service to this community, and we will get through this fever. It will break, and we'll get back to a time when we take care of each other as a community. And I thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Chief Crotty. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up item 10A9 right now.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to changing the order of the day? Seeing no opposition, we've changed the order of the day.
Thank you. I'll be reading. I believe Mr. Constant will be presenting. And Ms. Jacoby and her mother, if you guys would like to come down to the, would you be willing to come down to the podium?
Madam Chair, I have a couple of amendments.
Yes, Ms. Allard?
I have a couple of amendments to that AR.
To the
resolution. Let me first read it into the record. 10A9, resolution number AR 2021-302, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Olympic gold medal swimmer Lydia Jacoby. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Okay.
Is there discussion?
Usually for items for reading, there's unanimous consent. I don't have any amendments.
Okay.
I just have a couple amendments to it so that it's more accurate. If you want to wait, that's fine, but I just want to make sure that what we read into the record is accurate.
Ms. Allard, go ahead and please make your amendment.
The first amendment would be, I motion to amend on, I'm going to go off memory. I don't think Dean has the amendments complete yet. It's line number, I don't have it on me, 11. So Lydia is standing right in front of me, so if I'm wrong, please correct me. But the coach from, I just squint my eyes and read, Northern Lights Swim Club in Anchorage at Bartlett High School. It's actually Service High School. Am I correct? Thank you. That's the First Amendment. Would you like me to go on?
Yes, please.
Okay, so then if you go down, it would say, hold on, Miss Lydia, you were 16 years old when you were accepted on and qualified for the U.S. Olympic team? I was 17. You were 17. Okay, Coach said you were 16 when you qualified, but you would know better than all of us.
I was 14 when I qualified for the Olympic trial, 17 when I did right around.
Ms. Jacoby, could you hit the little yellow button on the microphone in front of you? There's a little button, then we could all hear you.
So you were 17 years old when you qualified for the 2020 Olympic trials, Ms. Jacoby?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then the next one would be, if you go further down on the whereas Lydia Jacoby won the first Olympic gold medal in the 2021 Olympics, it would be 2020 Olympics. That's it.
Second.
Okay, so we have one amendment with two proposed changes. Ms. Allard, did you have any other changes?
That's it.
And who seconded the amendment?
That would be me.
Cameron? Okay, or Mr. Perez Verdia. And the amendment is on line 11 to strike Bartlett High School, replace with service, or strike Bartlett, replace with service, and then on line 18 to change 2021 to 2020. Is that correct, Ms. Allard? Any discussion on the proposed amendments?
Only that, does that mean we should delete the other reference to the Bartlett High School pool? Then you only train in the service?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for the mistakes there. So I would move to amend the amendment to also strike out the line mentioning the Bartlett High School pool.
On line 12?
Sentence, strike out that whole sentence. There you go.
Okay, so strike the entire sentence on line 12.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Allard?
When you're striking that out, though, is Bartlett High School the home of the only Olympic-sized swimming pool?
I believe it is.
Yes, it is.
It is, but it just doesn't flow now because it's Service High School. So we'll just remove it. It's fine. It's a detail we don't need to include.
Okay, so we have the amendment before us, and before we move on, I'm getting reports from folks on the phone that there is no sound.
I know.
IT has been informed and is working on that. I am going to ask for unanimous consent on this amendment. Is there any opposition?
Yeah, I actually do. I apologize, Mr. Dunbar, but it's very significant, Mr. Kobe, only because it was all over the press, all over the world, that there is only one Olympic-sized swimming pool in the entire state of Alaska. I find that very significant to leave in this particular resolution for you. Mr. Dunbar, could you reconsider that?
Mr. Dunbar, would you like to address the question?
I mean, that's fine. Obviously, I like any connection to East Anchorage, and most of the kids that go to Bartlett High School live in East Anchorage, so wonderful. Maybe, yeah, okay. So I'll withdraw my amendment to the amendment.
Okay. Okay, so the amendment is to change on line 11 to Bartlett to service, also, and to leave line 12, that has been withdrawn, and then to change the date on line 18 from 2021 to 2020. So I'll go ahead and ask for unanimous consent of this amendment, recognizing that we are still resolving issues on the phone. We'll take a break after this resolution. I'm sorry, Ms. Kennedy, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I actually would just, maybe we could do a little bit more clarification on the connection to Bartlett High School. Because I do believe it's true. There's significance about it, and I think it was important that the rest of the world knew that we only have one Olympic-sized pool. But Mr. Kobe, I have a question, and that is in regard to what is the significance? Because it seems to me that you did win at a meet there that basically started off on part of this journey to the Olympics as well. So can you make the connection for us with Bartlett? Thank you.
Yeah, so part of the significance of the Bartlett Pool is that it is a 50-meter pool. It's the only one in Alaska. For other states, everybody swims short course for the most part during the winter, and that's 25 yards. And then in the summer, most pools in the lower 48 switch to 50 meters. And that's something that we're not usually able to do in Alaska. We only have a few meets a year at Bartlett Pool in 50 meters. So having those meets has provided me a lot of opportunities to practice that, but not as many as I would have had living in another state. So that's kind of the significance of that pool.
So in other words, you did swim there, correct?
Yes, I compete there. I don't train there.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So now I would like to proceed to, again, asking for unanimous consent for this amendment. I understand we have Mr. Peterson, Mr. Weddleton, and Ms. Zalatel back on the line as well. So asking for unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the amendment passes. What is the will of the body? Or no, we already did that, sorry.
Yep, we just need to vote on the main motion.
Okay, so seeing no opposition, the amendment passes. We now have the resolution before us as amended. Seeking unanimous approval of the resolution, AR 2021-302. Seeing and hearing no opposition, resolution AR 2021-302 is approved. And who is reading and who is presenting? You are reading, Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be reading and Mr. Constant is presenting. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Olympic gold medal swimmer Lydia Jacoby. Whereas the 2020 Tokyo Olympics were deeply affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, which required them to move the event to the summer of 2021. The delay gave young swimmers another year to mature physically and mentally. And whereas while Lydia is from Seward, Alaska, and swam with the Seward Tsunami Swim Club, when the pool in Seward closed because of the pandemic, she spent 2020 training with the Northern Lights Swim Club in Anchorage at the Service High School pool. Furthermore, Bartlett High School is home to the only Olympic-sized swimming pool in the state. And whereas at only 17 years old, Lydia Jacoby not only qualified for the 2020 Olympic trials, but also earned a spot as the first Alaskan on the U.S. Olympic swim team. An Alaskan swimmer had never made the U.S. Olympic swim team before. And whereas Lydia Jacoby won her first Olympic gold medal in the 2020 Olympics in the women's 100-meter breaststroke and became the first Alaskan gold medal swimmer. And whereas she was also a member of the U.S. 4x100 meter mixed medley relay team, which won a silver medal. And whereas Lydia has chosen to use her newfound platform to help promote a fundraising campaign that would provide new starting blocks for the only Olympic-sized pool in Alaska. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates Lydia Jacoby for her outstanding performance in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of September 2021.
Thank you all so much. I didn't prepare anything, but I would like to say a little bit about my swimming journey and all of that. So I started swimming in Seward, and I've swum there my whole life. And then when life really took a turn and COVID became a thing, I was graciously given a spot on a swim team in Anchorage and was able to train up here. So I'm really grateful for that and for all the support from the community and from Northern Lights Swim Club. And I'm super excited, as it says, to be able to use my new platform to help raise money to improve our 150-meter pool, not only for me, but for other Alaskans to help us all improve. And so, yeah, thank you all so much, and thank you for your support.
We've got a few folks in the queue for you. First, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Ms. Jacoby, you know, watching your friends and neighbors explode with joy the moment you won was one of the highlights of my year. And the race in which your goggles came off, though, was so interesting because all of us experience moments in life where everything goes sideways and it all falls apart. And it's what we choose to do with that moment that is the difference between a champion and someone who gives up and goes into the mires, as Shakespeare would say. So I just want to congratulate you for your win and also for showing all of us who struggle day to day that you can just keep going when things start to fall apart and you will finish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Jacoby, I just want to say thank you, to you. You're here saying thank you to us, but I want you to know that you have really made this state proud. And gosh, I didn't know I'd get choked up about this, but I will say that it was, my family took what you were doing very seriously, and we had to watch every second that you were out there. So I know you know that so many of us were watching and cheering for you, but I just want to thank you so much for the joy and the excitement that you gave us, at least for a little bit of time where we could forget some of the COVID stuff like you were saying. But I hope you know that we all really do appreciate the sacrifice that you made and the effort that you made kind of on our behalf. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lydia, for being here. Like Ms. Kennedy, I just wanted to say thank you for bringing us all some joy during a wild time. My wife and I were sitting on the couch when you won your gold, and we're screaming to each other with excitement, and same when the goggles came down, just couldn't believe it. And it's incredible what you did, and we're so thankful that you live here and that we can be a part of this. So thank you for being here tonight as well.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, and thank you, Ms. Jacoby, for being here and for your tremendous effort and accomplishment. We are very proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we won't need to take that break. The sound has been fixed, and we have the 3 members online. So we now have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2021-295, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 24th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute and celebrating the 2021 Alaska Pilot graduates. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution passes. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'm reading, Madam Chair.
I'm presenting, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you, Ms. Zalatil.
Whereas the 24th Annual Alaska Pilot was sponsored by Jack White Real Estate, Tasty Freeze, and other sponsors in partnership with several community-based organizations, including the University of Alaska TRIO Program, Alaska Salvation Army, and the Charles H. Bassett Youth Foundation, Incorporated, and was conducted August 2 through 6, 2021 at the Anchorage Core Community Center. And whereas since the first Alaska Pilot held in 1998, more than 1,000 Alaskan students from across the state have graduated from 36 Alaska Pilot institutes, and Alaska Pilot remains one of the best, longest running, and only Pilot community youth leadership training now in the United States. And whereas the Center for Creative Leadership created the Points of Light Youth Leadership Curriculum in 1996 to encourage and train young Americans to get actively involved in their communities. Master Trainer Robert C. Bo Bassett, Marissa Ridgely, and Tara Devlin were the 2021 Alaska Pilot training team. And whereas one of the goals of Alaska Pilot is to teach diverse middle level and high school students the important and necessary leadership skills to make a positive difference in their neighborhoods, schools, and communities, and to better the world for all. And whereas this year, East Anchorage High School graduate, 2010 Alaska Pilot alum, and ASD substitute teacher Marissa Ridgely assisted in this year's Pilot. Additionally, Tara Devlin, Stellar School graduate, 2004 Alaska Pilot alum, and ASD ESL teacher also assisted in the Pilot training. These young adult leaders believe all youth need to build skills to navigate our complex modern world, and both are passionate about helping teens gain the skills to succeed in school, career, family, and life. And whereas community servant leaders, Dick Lefevre of Crossroads Leadership, Stephanie O'Brien of the Alaska Community Foundation, and Rich Owens, a business owner of Jewel Lake Tasty Freeze, presented real-world leadership ideas and mentored the Alaska Pilot class on their volunteer community service project. And whereas the class of 2021 of Alaska Pilot designed and implemented a volunteer service project on September 11, 2021, the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks on America, and a National Day of Service and Remembrance, honoring Anchorage firefighters, law enforcement, and first responders. And whereas 8 outstanding Anchorage youth leaders graduated from the 2021 Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, having participated in the 40-hour community leadership training that included 5 days of skill development and instruction in self and community assessment, team communication, diversity, goal setting, project planning, decision-making, and service learning activities as follows. The Alaska Pilot Class of 2021. Brennan Brown, East Anchorage High School Pilot Graduate Assistant. Jeremiah Alelu, West Anchorage High School. Oluwasi Ju Anna Hey Joy, South Anchorage High School. Tony Gephardt, Bartlett High School. Kenneth Carmen, Bartlett High School. Sabreen Kazim, Mears Middle School. Levi Knickerbocker, Polaris K-12 School. Misana Sample, Mears Middle School. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly applauds Jack White Real Estate, Tasty Freeze, and other sponsors for their support of Anchorage's leadership and student volunteerism, congratulates the 2021 graduates of the 24th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, and celebrates these distinguished students who demonstrate an unwavering dedication to improving the quality of life for all residents and serve as harbingers of a bright future within the municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of September, 2021.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly. I'm going to ask Tara to come over closer to me. She's a little shy. She shouldn't be. She deserves as much recognition. My name is Bo Bassett. I'm the aging master trainer who successfully completed his 24th year training young Anchorage middle and high school students. And I'd like to just say a few words of thank you to the Assembly for taking the time to recognize young Alaskans who are committing to public service, to community service, to volunteerism, to citizenship, and to leadership for the common good. It's a very unusual opportunity the young people have to learn world-class leadership skills. This is an adult training being offered to 8th to 12th graders. A diverse group of 8 teenagers came together at the Salvation Army Corps Community Center. They successfully completed a very, very challenging, engaging 40-hour PILI curriculum. They planned and organized their own service project for September 11th, which, as you know, is one of only 2 National Days of Service. They conducted a very meaningful community unity candlelight vigil, which you have a copy of the program, at the United States Federal Building. They put together 103 We Care bags for Anchorage firefighters and Anchorage police officers. They presented plaques honoring the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks on America to the Chief of Police and to the Anchorage Fire Department. They collected 6 boxes of food for the Salvation Army Emergency Food Pantry, and they raised funds for the Red Cross Disaster Services. Each of the PILI youth spoke in the vigil. They are now, and 4 of them were with us this evening and returned home to do their homework. And I must say they got quite an education about the public process. And I told them to go back to their U.S. government classes and raise some questions and see what they could make of what happened earlier today. However, I think they learned a lot, not only in PILI, but it's coming out into the community, like the Assembly meeting, and being recognized for being servant leaders. They are now members of more than 1,000 Alaska students who graduated from PILI since 1998, and we call them Points of Light because they are individuals who are growing in their leadership to someday serve on the Assembly, serve as mayors, serve on our commissions, and to lead in community organizations. We could not have done the training without the support of Jack White Real Estate and Naomi Louvier. Rich Owens is such a community servant leader. He came and he always speaks to the PILI youth, and he expressed, for the first time I've ever heard Rich say that he's very concerned about the level of service and his concern about those that will serve in community. And I've never heard Rich say that. It really struck me, and he acknowledged that the students in the training were his heroes, and he looked to them to be on the vanguard of the community in the future. The young people that attended can be great, and were great, and we want to extend the PILI opportunity to as many middle and high school students in the future. And in closing, I want to thank Jack White, I want to thank Tasty Freeze, the UAA Trio, Upward Bound, Salvation Army, and Friends of Alaska PILI, and I'd like to thank Tara Devlin and give her just a couple minutes to say something. Tara?
Hi. Bo has dragged me out to this third time, I think. The first one I was 15, and then when I was 16, I was standing in front of the assembly asking for the right to vote as a 16-year-old, saying that I'm going to vote like my parents anyway. And I remember standing in that long hall. So thank you, Assembly, for being here. Thank you for the public process. And I'm hopefully going to be able to help continue Pili.
The torch is being passed publicly.
I was here for the kids. The kids left, and now I'm left. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your contributions. We now have before us item 10A3, resolution number AR 2021-290, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 2021 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution passes. Who is reading and who's presenting? I believe we have folks here to receive.
I am reading, Madam Chair.
And I'm presenting.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 2021 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas National Suicide Prevention Month unites mental health advocates, prevention organizations, survivors, allies, and community members to promote suicide prevention awareness. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, reported suicide was the 10th leading cause of death overall in the United States in 2019, claiming the lives of over 47,500 people. In 2021, the CDC reported emergency department visits for suspected suicide attempts among U.S. girls aged 12 through 17 have increased during the COVID-19 pandemic by 51% from 2019. And whereas Alaska's suicide rate remains among the highest in the country with around 30 deaths per 100,000 people, Alaska Department of Health and Social Services statewide Suicide Prevention Council reports suicide as a leading cause of death among Alaskan youth over the age of 15. And whereas the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention Alaska chapter focuses on eliminating the loss of life from suicide by delivering innovative prevention programs, educating the public about risk factors, and reaching out to those individuals who have lost someone to suicide, and encourages anyone who is experiencing suicidal thoughts to call the Alaska Care Line 24/7 crisis hotline at 877-266-HELP, which is 877-266-4357. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes September 2021 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and encourages all Anchorage residents to help promote suicide prevention awareness. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of September 2021.
I'm guessing the red light means it's on. I'm Dustin. I'm the statewide area director for our Alaska chapter, and with me is Victoria Taylor. She is our board chair. We are a volunteer-led organization, and it's through our communities that we see results. We see the rates go down, or we see them stay the same. And you don't have to be a mental health professional to offer assistance to someone in crisis. When you see someone who is distressed, someone who you are concerned about, reach out to them, ask how you can help, and lead them to help whenever possible. This is our mission, to save lives and bring hope to those affected by suicide. And our state desperately needs that, and we're so appreciative of your recognition of that and your support of our work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you both for being here tonight. We now have before us item 10A4, Resolution number AR 2021-293, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Welcoming Week 2021 and Democracy and Civic Action Week 2021. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution passes. Who's reading and who's presenting? I believe we have someone here to receive it.
I believe the
On the
person is
phone.
over the phone, so I was told. I'll be reading.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Welcoming Week 2021 and Democracy and Civic Action Week 2021. Whereas the municipality of Anchorage is a welcoming place where people, families, and businesses and institutions thrive. The contributions of all persons are celebrated and valued, and Alaska Native history and traditions are honored. And whereas the fostering of a welcoming environment for all individuals, regardless of national origin, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, or disability enhances Anchorage's cultural fabric, economic growth, and overall prosperity for current and future generations. And whereas the 2021 Welcoming Week theme, Belonging Begins With Us, recognizes that community efforts promoting understanding and collaboration between native-born and foreign-born community members are essential to encouraging and preserving Anchorage's welcoming environment and economic vitality. And whereas the University of Alaska Anchorage's Center for Community Engagement and Learning will be hosting Democracy and Civic Action Week, September 13th through 17th, which encompasses Constitution Day and National Voter Registration Day, and recognizes the importance of civic education and engagement to the health of our participatory democracy. And whereas community celebrations include I'm a Welcomer social media campaign, and online civics fair, a civics game show on September 16th, and Bells Across America in the atrium of the Lusac Library at 12 p.m. on September 17th. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that September 10th through 19th is Welcoming Week, and September 13th through 17th is Democracy and Civic Action Week in the municipality of Anchorage. The Anchorage Assembly encourages the community to celebrate the contributions of our foreign-born residents, Anchorage's diversity and inclusiveness, and the importance of civic engagement and education. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of September 2021.
Dr. Pace, are you on the line? Oh.
Hello?
Hi, Dr. Pace.
This is she.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly.
Yes.
Would you like to make any comments regarding the resolution?
I would. I'd like to thank the Assembly for recognizing the importance and significance of Welcoming Anchorage. And on behalf of the Welcoming Anchorage Committee, I am thrilled that this work is being recognized and will continue throughout the municipality. And we are holding ongoing events, and we are helping to support UAA's Democracy and Civic Action Week, which is going on this week right now. In fact, even as I speak, the debate team is holding a virtual debate on whether military service should be required between U.S. citizens between the ages of 18 and 22. And on Thursday, we have two events we have that are open to the public virtually. And the first one is a Democracy and Constitution trivia event, which will involve student, staff, and faculty, which should be great, as well as a Constitution Day lecture that's being held as well. So we're very excited to help be part of that initiative, and there will be more initiatives and events that will be happening throughout the year. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Pace.
You're welcome.
We now have before us item 10A5, resolution number AR 2021-294, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the fallen American service members in Operation Enduring Freedom, Afghanistan War, and Evacuation. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting? And is there someone here to receive?
I'll be reading. There are many veterans that I would like, when we get to the name recognition, to stand. And veteran Bob Dole will read the names for us when we get to that point. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the fallen American service members in Operation Enduring Freedom, Afghanistan War, Evacuation. Whereas the terrorist attack of August 26, 2021 near the Abbey Gate and area surrounding Hamad Karzai International Airport took the lives of American service members and scores of innocent Afghan women, men, and children. And whereas 2 suicide bombers from the Islamic State ISIS-K terror group killed at least 13 U.S. service members. 11 were U.S. Marines, 1 Navy Corpsman, 1 Army soldier, and 1 wounded 18 other service members, according to the U.S. officials. And whereas these heroes knew an attack was imminent, and yet they stayed in their assignments to try to save and evacuate as many Americans and allied Afghans as could be, in the face of certain peril. And whereas the families of these brave fallen and injured warriors have been thrown into chaos, mourning and uncertainty as they begin a lifetime journey of loss, grief, and can never quite heal. And whereas there are children in homes across America who will never see their fathers again, and their parents and their spouses will feel the pain of loss and will have a hole in their hearts forever. And whereas in Anchorage, we have thousands of members of the military, as well as thousands of veterans and their families who understand and accept the sacrifice that is required to preserve freedom, and for whom many have also experienced loss, disability, the trauma of war, and a lifetime of sometimes invisible difficulties resulting from their service. And whereas the Anchorage Assembly cares deeply for our military families at home and abroad, and who are defending our country, protecting our freedoms, and fighting for the lives of men and women who serve with them in the most difficult scenarios imaginable. And whereas the only 2 other incidents in history resulted in more single-day deaths of Americans in Afghanistan during the 2005 Operation Red Wings, which resulted in 17 deaths, and in 2011, shooting down an Extortion 17 CH-47 Delta Chinook, which killed 30 service members. And whereas the freedom has always come at a cost, but the cost is not borne equally in our country or in our community. There is no equity when it comes to the price paid by our military members who sign up, train, and go into battle to protect us. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly acknowledges and mourns the deaths of these brave warriors August 26, 2021 in Kabul, and could all veterans please stand, or anybody else who wants to.
I would ask that any veterans come forward to join me in the reading of the names. Sergeant Johnny Rosario Pichardo, 25, of Lawrence, Massachusetts. Sergeant Nicole L. Gee, 23, of Sacramento, California. Staff Sergeant Darren T. Hoover, 31, of Salt Lake City, Utah. Corporal Hunter Lopez, 22, of Indio, California. Corporal Dagan W. Page, 23, of Omaha, Nebraska. Corporal Humberto A. Sanchez, 22, of Logansport, Indiana. Lance Corporal David L. Espinoza, 20, of Rio Bravo, Texas. Lance Corporal Jared M. Schmitz, 20, of St. Charles, Missouri. Lance Corporal Riley J. McCullum, 20 of Jackson, Wyoming. Lance Corporal Dylan R. Mariola, 20 of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nakui, 20 of Norco, California. Navy Corpsman Maxton W. Soviak, 22 of Berlin Heights, Ohio. Staff Sergeant Ryan C. Knaus, 23 of Coreytown, Tennessee.
The Assembly honors those service members to our country and expresses our deepest gratitude. Thanks to the families of these fallen heroes who answered the call and put themselves in harm's way in order to fulfill their patriotic duty and protect Americans and allies, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 14th of September, 2021.
I would offer to veterans, neighbors, friends, and particularly Gold Star families hearing today, I have some thoughts. By this action that we see here today, we remember the sacrifices of your fallen ones. We honor what they have done to protect our freedom, and we will not forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dole, for your comments and your service, and thanks to all of you who have served. We now have before us item 10A6, resolution number AR 2021-297, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and congratulating the Nunaka Valley Girls' Major softball team on their successful 2021 season. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution passes. Who is reading and who is presenting, or is there someone here to receive?
I'll be reading.
Come on forward.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and congratulating the Nunaka Valley Girls Major softball team on their successful 2021 season. Whereas the 2020 Little League season came to an abrupt end on August 1st without playing the All-Star District 1 or state championship tournaments. And whereas early in the 2021 season, the Nunaka Valley Girls Major Softball team had only 9 players sign up and play in their first game. And whereas just two days later, an additional 8 players had signed up for the team and were available to play in the second game of the season. And whereas Little League has minimum play requirements for all players on the team, this created a challenge for the coaches to get all players in the game. A few of the girls had never played softball before. This was a new team of girls with only a few who had prior experience. And whereas the strength of the team was pitching, the 2 pitchers on the team were Addie Anderson and Ori Samuelu Pedro. These 2 struck out 285 batters out of 310 batters faced in the regular season. And whereas the Nunaka Girls Major Softball team went undefeated in the regular season, compiling a 15-0 record. And whereas an all-star team of 12 girls was selected from the regular season roster, the Nunaka Valley Majors all-star softball team includes Addison Addie Anderson, Trinity Blue Damriel, Eliza Isa Famuina, Sanaya Naya Famuina, Amira Ria Loa, Sabrina Mason, Julia Juju McDonald, Chanti McMorris, Ede Olela Ave Rapote, Diana Orisamegu Pedro, Ryan Sope, and Kaylee Saradil Smith. The coaches were Twinnie Pedro, Jenna Romine, Brandy Rapate Hunt, and the chaperone was Crystal Roya. And whereas the District 1 All-Star Tournament required the team to play 7 games, the championship game was played against Knick Little League. That game went into extra innings with the score tied 4-4. Unaka Valley won that championship game on a walk-off hit in the 9th inning, maintaining their undefeated record. And whereas the state championship series was played in Juneau in a best-of-5 games format, the Unaka Valley girls swept the series 3-0 to beat Juneau to win the state championship. And whereas the regional championship tournament is played in San Bernardino, California, there are 11 states that play in that region from the northwestern part of the country. The team suffered their first loss of the season against North Redmond West Little League from Washington State. And whereas, despite the loss, the team maintained confidence and won their next game against Washington Utah Little League. Ori Semwegu Pedro threw a no-hit game as Unaka Valley won to keep their season alive. And whereas their season ended in a loss to Northern California Red Bluff Little League in their 3rd game at the regional championship tournament. And whereas the 2021 Unaka Valley girls major softball team made all of Alaska proud, these young ladies deserve to be recognized and celebrated in every way possible. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly congratulates the Unaka girls major softball team on their amazingly successful season, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 14th day of September, 2021.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ori. I'm so sorry. Okay. Hi, my name is Ori, and I'm the pitcher who threw the no-hitter game, and I'm the team captain, and I'm just so happy that we just got recognized because I was like, that's so cool. I'm just really happy that we got to experience this. Okay, that's all. Sorry.
Addie? Okay. I just want to say that these kids are student athletes, and Little League has been kind of going away for a while, and this last season, I was not supposed to be emotional. I'm really proud of these girls. A lot of them have never played before, and they did great. So I want to thank you, and thank you, Pete Peterson, for recognizing the Unaka Valley softball team.
Mr. Constant?
Hello, I would like to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up items 10B2, 10B3, 10C1 after 10G8, with the intent that after 10G8 we would take our dinner break and then come back for those items. Yes, repeat would be 10B2 and 10B3 and 10C1 after 10G8.
Second.
I believe that the rest of the items we can get through real quick.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to changing the order of the day? Seeing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed to take up, after we complete 10A7, 10D4, 10F3, 10G7, 10G8, and then 10B2, 10B3, and 10C1.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Zelatel?
Yeah, I tried to get into the queue. I guess I had wanted to hear a rationale before there was a vote or an ask for unanimous consent. Maybe Mr. Constant stated it and I didn't hear it very well.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Apologies for that. Mr. Constant, you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Zelatel. I just think that we've been at this now for hours and we need a break for a number of reasons, and those next 3 items are going to take a while, but the subsequent items are going to be quick, and so the idea is to take up those 4 items, then take our dinner break and come back and tackle the big ones.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Thank you, Mr. Constant. So we now have before us item 10A7, resolution number AR 2021-300, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating September 15 through October 15, 2021 as Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of September 28th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to post?
Can I speak to the motion?
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Rivera.
Chair. So there's going to be individuals that are going to accept this resolution on September 28th. And I also think that we've had a lot of resolutions today already.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any opposition to postponing this item to the meeting of September 28? Seeing none, this item will be back before us on September 28. We now have before us item 10D4, Assembly Memorandum number AM 565-2021, sole source purchase from Electrolytic Technologies Corporation for electrolyzers for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Mr. Constant, you pulled this item?
I'd move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Thank you. A quick question for Mr. Corsentino. I should have put this in email. I spoke with the municipal manager about it, but Mr. Corsentino, when I read through the memo documents, it showed that we kind of went through every one of these electrolyzers that we had, where we're down to 0 left in stock. And it raised the question for me, is it standard operating procedure to get to 0, or do we tend to keep them in stock in case supply chains break or any number of scenarios take place? Just turn the mic off.
And if folks on the line could please mute.
Try it again, the mic is off. The red light, there you go.
Okay. Through the chair, there's actually 16 in service at any given time. So each chain, there's 2 trains of 8. So it's kind of misleading. There's actually 24 we're trying to get. We have 16 now. We want another 8 on inventory. So when one of the 8 fails, we'll have to replace that immediately. And we also have additional capacity storage. You can buy liquid hypochlorite. We have plenty of contingencies in place. And so I think we're covered, if that answers your question.
That really does. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on approval of AM 565-2021.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The motion to approve 10D4 passes unanimously. We now have before us item 10F3, Information Memorandum number AIM 143-2021, Quarterly Bar Safety Hour Permit Report. Mr. Constant, you pull this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Or is accept, I guess. Maybe it's the motion. It's a report.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I was having a chat with the municipal manager and realized that this is an in-house item. This is an assembly item. And if you read through the report, it sounds like people aren't participating anymore. It's voluntary. And it asks for us to review the program and figure out, does it still work? Should we amend it? We need to put this on our list. And I don't know where's the proper venue. Maybe it's Public Safety Committee should take this up to review, I believe, so that we make sure we're not just creating make work for people and instead have a tool that means something.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any further discussion on this item? Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that, yeah, for the first couple years that I was on the Assembly, I said almost exactly the same thing that Mr. Constant did. And at the time, at least, I remember we tried to sort of go down the road of making changes, and there was some resistance from the body. Perhaps it's a good time to revisit it, because very few bars, my understanding is very, very few bars use this program. And so I'm certainly very open to having that discussion again.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on item 10F3.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The motion to accept AIM 143-2021 passes unanimously. We now have before us item 10, well, and we're in the 10Gs now, and these are items for introduction. And Mr. Weddleton, I will go ahead and read into the record item 10G7, ordinance number AO 2021-88, an omnibus ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 23 to provide clarity for implementation of code and related matters. Mr. Weddleton? Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
Sorry, move to remand to the building board.
Second.
Mr. Weddleton, would you repeat where it will be remanded to?
The building board?
Did you get
I think that's a proper word.
building board?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion to move this item to the building board has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Or Mr. Weddleton, do you want to speak to it?
It's pretty standard that they should review this, and then it'll come back to us in 6 weeks or so.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote to remand AO 2021-88 to the building board.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The motion to move this item, to remand this item to the building board passes 11-0. We now have item 10G8 before us, ordinance number AO 2021-89, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 to align Title 21 with current practices and to provide clarity for implementation of code and related matters. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
Yes, I'd like to move to remand it to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on remanding this item to the Planning and Zoning Commission? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
This vote passes unanimously. This item will be remanded to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And with that, we will go ahead and take our 20-minute scheduled dinner break, and when we come back, we will take up the remaining 3 items on the consent agenda. Started. First, I just want to note that on an earlier request, hey everybody, let's get going. On an earlier request for a appearance request, I've talked with Mr. Shepard, and he will be rescheduled for the meeting of September 28th. So we now have before us item 10B2, resolution number AR 2021-303, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting the mayor to direct that masks or face coverings are required in public indoor areas of municipal buildings and promoting mitigation measures when the municipality of Anchorage is in a substantial risk or high alert level for community transmission of COVID-19. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Actually, Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
Yes, ma'am, I did, but I was not going to move it. Thank you.
Before we continue, I want to make sure that we have Ms. Zelatel, Mr. Weddleton, and Mr. Peterson on the line.
Peterson here.
Zelatel's here.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve on the floor, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this item was pulled, I urge member support. It's a rather lengthy item, but it really tries to capture the state of affairs in this moment. I think the testimony we heard earlier this evening from physicians and the letter a lot of us have seen from Providence about rationing care really drives home the opportunity here for the municipality to do the right thing. And doing the right thing is following our own health department's advice, the advice of the CDC. And it's not difficult to do these things. And it's, you know, and I realized 2 weeks ago we asked the mayor to strongly encourage these types of actions, but I don't think we saw strong enough encouragement. And we saw a lot of contradictory statements. So I think this is the right step for us as a legislative body to move forward with asking the mayor to step up and try to walk us back from this precipice we're on related to COVID-19. And I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. I have Mr. Weddleton in the queue, and then Mr. Perez-Verdia, then Mr. Peterson, and then Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. So to the sponsor, I guess, Ms. Zelatel, on page 5, 14, and number 4, it says encourage frontline workers to get tested weekly. Did you mean to say encourage unvaccinated frontline workers?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Yes, and I should amend that. It was found, that error was found by council after it had been submitted. So I would welcome a friendly amendment if you so wish to make it, or I can.
I'd move to amend, so page 5, line 14, unvaccinated is added under the word, after the word encourage.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? And Mr. Perez-Verdia, you're in the queue for the main motion.
No, I'll wait for the main motion.
And likewise, Ms. Kennedy. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Excuse me, Chair. I apologize. Can they please repeat that portion of the amendment, only because I'm having trouble hearing?
Sure, Ms. Allard. And I can restate it. Ms. Zelatel, correct me if I'm wrong. This amendment inserts on page 5, line 14, the word unvaccinated after encourage. So it reads, encourage unvaccinated frontline workers to get tested weekly. or actually, I guess Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Zolotel.
That is correct.
Ms. Allard, any further questions? Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue for the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. We now have the main motion before us, and I'll continue through the queue. Actually, Mr. Weddleton, was that all?
Well, no, I'll speak to it, and I mean, these are fairly non-oppressive measures that we all know are fairly standard with dealing with a pandemic. We dealt with kind of much more extreme measures, last year. And my litmus test then was not so much these statistics that you use here, the cases per 100,000 and so on, because I thought those numbers could get wishy-washy in certain times, but really was what was the capacity of our hospitals. And I didn't support a couple of chances to support mask mandates or closing businesses last year because we weren't quite there. I said, we can't do this till your hair's on fire. Well, I think right now we heard from the medical people earlier today, and we've been getting lots of emails from them, and recently the letter from the woman who spoke saying that they are rationing care at Providence. I think our hair's on fire, and something should be done. So I feel that, but on the other hand on this, we know that the mayor won't do it. The mayor said very clearly he won't issue any mandates. He got elected based on that, and it's pretty clear. So I just wonder the purpose of these. We did one 2 weeks ago, and we got the response we expected, which was nothing. And we do this again, and we'll get the response that I think we expect is nothing. But I think the general public thinks that a mask mandate, remember the emails we're getting seems to interpret this as a broad mask mandate across the city, whereas it really just focuses on municipal buildings. But it doesn't even do that because we know the mayor's not going to do it. So it frustrates me to see. I guess it's a statement to say, yes, we should be careful with COVID, but it's not, I don't find it productive. It's, it's just not going to go anywhere. It just digs the trough deeper between us and will, I think, get people's heels dug in and be more or less likely to vaccinate, which is really ultimately what we want people to do, is get vaccinated. And as we do things that are divisive, you drive that wedge deeper. And I think the people are going to say, define themselves as people won't get vaccinated. You separate them from the decision to get vaccinated even more. So I'm going to force myself not to vote for this because of that, even though I think the broad sentiment is certainly there. But it will simply do nothing, and we need to figure out a better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton spoke to a few points that I was going to make as well, and I would just say two things. One is that, I would like people to wear masks. I think there's a lot of evidence out there that demonstrates that is a way to prevent the spread of this, and so, I think it's important for us to strongly encourage that. I think we have a greater responsibility in some ways to the employees of the municipality and the people that they interact with. And so I would like us to, especially in light of the extreme circumstances that we're in right now, I would like us to temporarily require that. The second item I want to say is that this resolution is simply a communication tool between one body and another. It's not a requirement. It's simply a request. So I think it should be taken from that perspective, that if this body approves this, that it's a request to the mayor, and he can choose to do it or not. And so I want to keep it at that tone and not at a stronger tone. It's simply a way for one body to communicate to the other, and it's done in a respectful way. And like I said, it's his choice whether he wants to move forward with the request that we make or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just have a couple of points. First off, I think this resolution sends a message to the healthcare community that we got their back, because they're getting pretty exhausted. They've been working really hard for the last year and a half. It's almost like running a marathon every day for the last year and a half, and so I see this as a way to show them that we're behind them. And then if you look at the statistics that we received recently, the new cases in the last week, almost 3 out of 4 of them were people younger than 50 years of age. Originally, when this pandemic first started, the vast majority of those infected were from the older generation, and now less than a quarter of them are. And so I think that has been a change, and I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I appreciate Mr. Perez-Verdia's idea of making this just a request, and I think that is true. That's what the intent is, and I certainly appreciate the idea of it just being, a cordial request, I guess. But the mayor already knows he has that capability, and we've all been through the mandate part previously, so I think we all know that potential exists. But one of the things that really struck me is in terms of what we call evidence of whether or not a mask mandate, or more specifically a face covering mandate, because that's really what it would amount to, would be a face covering mandate, whether or not that really is valid and really works. And this is really interesting to me because, we all get information all the time from a lot of different sources, but the most recent one we got was from a medical professional, and I don't know specifically what this person's title was, but there were a lot of letters behind their name. But they sent this article that says, large study affirms what we already know. Masks work to prevent COVID-19. And the article was written by Brenda Goodman. It was from a medscape.com publication, and it was about a study of about 340,000 people in Bangladesh. And that's a huge study, I agree. That's a large study. But it was also mentioned that the report was published ahead of any peer review. It was done outside of any other mitigation efforts other than just the idea of wearing a face covering or a mask. So what the study found was that there was a 9% reduction in known cases in areas where people were wearing a mask. So a 9% reduction is definitely considered a significant statistic. So statistically significant at 9%. But in real terms, it really means that there was still 90% transmissibility factor that made no impact. And that's what I found to be really interesting, is you would think that if they could prove that masking really worked, that it would actually have a much higher statistic. And then they went on to just to also clarify that actually surgical masks were 11% effective in reducing transmissibility, but cloth masks or face coverings were only 5%. And we can all do the math. That leaves a 95%, a whopping 95% of unchecked transmissibility. So I find it really hard for even statistics like that, studies like that, that's really convincing to the public that this is the way to go. And, as much as we know that it can help reduce, we know that, it can help reduce, but it does not prevent COVID-19. And that's probably, I think, the biggest hurdle, if you will, that we have to overcome. If we're trying to convince people that a mask mandate will stop COVID, we really don't have the data that will do that. So again, I am absolutely going to wear my mask when I feel like I really need to. In fact, when I sat down here, I asked both people on either side of me if they needed me to wear my mask, and both of them said, no, I'm vaccinated, so I'm okay with that. And so I appreciate that, and I'm going to continue to ask people if I'm in a situation where I'm in close contact with somebody, if I need to wear my mask, I will do it, whenever I feel like somebody needs me to, because that makes them feel more comfortable. I'll respect that. But I can't go and tell somebody that wearing a mask will prevent COVID-19, because it just won't. And so even though I recognize that there are certainly issues going on with our hospital capacity, and COVID has complicated that, I will not say that COVID has caused the problem. It hasn't. I mean, obviously we know that most people in our hospitals right now are there because they need it for a variety of reasons. I'm not going to tell people to stop going camping. I'm not going to tell people to stop boating. I'm not going to tell people to stop driving their car. We certainly can't tell them to stop having heart attacks or strokes. But COVID is not the cause of what's happening in our hospitals. It just simply adds an additional layer, an additional complication. So to go to the extent of saying we must mandate mask wearing doesn't make sense to me. So I think the mayor is absolutely doing what is necessary in terms of getting the message out there. I mean, if anything, I tell people, don't put yourself at risk. Don't put yourself in situations where you're going to be in close contact with the potential of catching something that you can't risk catching. To me, it's way more of a personal responsibility issue. So anyway, with that said, again, I do think it's very interesting about some of these studies. I was looking at another one just incidentally because I put some notes down here about it. Another study, and I was really shocked by the terminology that was used, the phrases, and just the words. And here are some of them. Mathematical model, in terms of deciding what the effectiveness of mask wearing is, done by mathematical model. Estimations built on the assumptions. Suggestive. They actually put a statement in one of them that said, we added masking to the model by assuming that a mask decreases the exposure viral load. So even from the get-go, this study says that we added masking to the model by making an assumption that a mask will decrease the exposure to viral load. So even in a study that's trying to prove the validity of masking, they basically made assumptions from the get-go about the masking. All that does is serve to confuse the public, and it doesn't give anybody any assurances of what the scientific community is really talking about. And that I find very frustrating. So with that, I could not possibly mandate or urge somebody to mandate something that is this complicated, this confusing, and really, as far as I can tell, doesn't have any true, valid analysis. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
And thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak on this, but I'm going to actually end up moving to amend something. But in speaking about the masking, what Ms. Kennedy just brought up, the United States International Research Journal of Public Health published this in 2021. I believe it was, let me look at the date here, May. Most current production of it anyways. Anyways, they said, and I quote, conclusions, because in this AR, I see a lot of writing, but I don't actually see true statistics from journals or peer reports from the medical community other than our local medical community. I think there's some, I'm not really seeing a lot of it. It says in here, conclusions, we did not observe association between mask and mandates or use and reduce COVID-19 spread in the United States. COVID-19 mitigation requires further research and use of existing efficacious strategies, most notably the vaccination. So if you look at all these international reports and national journals, you're looking at the fact that I still have not seen anywhere, ever, anywhere, that says that masking helps and that stops the spread of COVID. And I have yet to have any doctor or any person in the medical field show that to me. And I've requested it, and I haven't got it. But Madam Chair, I'd like to move to amend page 5, line 14, please. Okay, thank you. So it was to insert the word unvaccinated after encouraged. I believe that it has been proven that individuals who are also vaccinated, so I would like to move to say unvaccinated and vaccinated.
Is there a second?
For purposes of discussion, I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Line 14, correct, Ms. Allard? Would you like to speak to this further?
Yeah, everybody needs to be treated equally. And when you have people who are still testing, who have gotten vaccinated and still have shown up to be positive with COVID, I think that if we're going to require individuals who have chosen not to be vaccinated, the individuals who have become vaccinated still can get COVID-19. And we need to make sure that clear across the board, we're protecting everybody and not just one part of society.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I will go through the queue and see if members want to speak to this amendment. Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you want to speak to this amendment?
I just want to make sure I understand. You said line 14?
Yes, to read encourage, we amended it to read encourage unvaccinated. This would amend to read encourage unvaccinated and vaccinated frontline workers to get tested weekly.
To get tested weekly. Thank you.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you want to remain in the queue for the main motion? Okay. Mr. Dunbar, are you in the queue for the amendment?
Yes, I am, Ms. LaFrance. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. But is Ms. Zolotel in the queue? She can go before me if she wants to, because I think that she would probably want to speak to this directly. Otherwise, I can sort of guess what she was going for with the original unvaccinated amendment.
She is in the queue. We can go ahead and go to Ms. Zolotel then. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I don't oppose the amendment. The idea here was to encourage frontline workers who are unvaccinated to get tested weekly, and then everyone, if you're experiencing COVID-19 symptoms, acknowledging that there are breakthrough cases, frankly, and we're hearing more and more about those. And it should probably even be also when you've been exposed to COVID-19. So I don't oppose the amendment. It's probably not as clear when we word it that way, but I think it does, it conveys the point, which is that to encourage unvaccinated frontline workers to get tested weekly and also anyone when experiencing COVID-19 symptoms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. And Mr. Dunbar, you wanted to stay in the queue for the main motion when we come back to it?
No, this is for the amendment.
Okay.
So what Ms. Zolotel just described is something I could absolutely support, but my understanding is that is not the amendment that Ms. Allard has proposed. I thought, and perhaps I'm mistaken, that she wanted to add the words "and vaccinated" after the unvaccinated word that we had just inserted. Doing so eliminates the purpose of the prior amendment, so I would not support it. I would support an amendment similar to the one that Ms. Zolotel just mentioned. I think it is important to distinguish, constantly getting tested when you're asymptomatic is not necessarily the best thing to do. We know that there are some false positives, and so if there are other ways to reduce your risk, we don't want people testing all the time. However, and vaccinated people now spread the virus far less often, get sick far less often, and have far lower risk than people who are unvaccinated. So there is a meaningful distinction now between unvaccinated folks and vaccinated folks. Now, if the recommendation is that everybody gets tested weekly, so be it. But I think that there is a meaningful distinction there, and I think that it would also encourage folks. Nobody likes to get tested, and we want folks to get vaccinated, and we know that people that are unvaccinated are higher risk. So I think just having unvaccinated frontline workers there makes more sense, and then anyone when you are experiencing COVID-19 symptoms. So again, I will not support Ms. Allard's amendment unless it is amended to reflect what Ms. Zolotel just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I can't hear Ms. Zolotel when she's on the line, so if somebody could reiterate what she said, I'm willing to compromise on it. But I just want to make, and if Dr. Savitt's here, I'd like him, if he has information of individuals who still can test positive with COVID being vaccinated. So I don't know which order you want to go. Let's ask Ms. Zolotel first, Madam Chair, if that's possible.
Ms. Zolotel, would you like to rephrase your prior comment on the amendment?
It's not that
or not rephrase.
I just can't hear her.
Okay. I know.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Allard. I had said that I had understood your amendment to encourage unvaccinated frontline workers to get tested weekly, and that when you wanted to add and vaccinated, that would apply when experiencing COVID-19 symptoms. However, it appears that may not be your intent, that you would want to encourage everyone, all frontline workers, to get tested weekly and also when experiencing COVID-19 symptoms. So I hope actually you can provide some clarification, and we can see where we go from there. Thank you.
Ms. Zolotel, would you also clarify, did you say that you were agnostic in terms of this amendment?
I had said I didn't oppose it. However, in hearing I didn't like how it was worded, and in hearing Mr. Dunbar speak, it appears that it isn't clear enough. And so I don't think I can support it as proposed, but I might move to amend the amendment in just a moment.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Allard, does that clarify?
I apologize, I just can't hear her very well. So I'm missing parts of it, which is, it is what it is. Could Dr. Savitt come up here, and does he have information on whether or not those who are vaccinated can still test positive on COVID-19?
Thank you, Mr. Savitt, or Dr. Savitt, if you would come up.
Oh, okay. Dr. Savitt, for the record, could you ask the question again so I make sure I'm answering the right question, please?
Dr. Savitt, we have frontline workers that are exposed to all sorts of things every day during their duty and jobs. Do individuals who are vaccinated, can they still test positive for COVID-19?
They can, because after a certain period of time, we have what's called waning immunity, where antibody levels can drop. If you are symptomatic, you should be tested. If you're positive, you should be treated with monoclonal antibodies if you're in a high enough risk group. While I'm here, I'd like to add to the confusion about masking, if that's okay.
Madam Chair, can I first do a follow-up in regards to the COVID-19 and the vaccinated?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. You said that, so we don't actually, do you have a time frame when an individual is vaccinated that their antibodies are weakened, that they could be susceptible, or is it unrealistic for, if unvaccinated individuals are being tested, is it unreasonable that we ask for those that are vaccinated to be tested as well?
I don't know that I would test routinely on a vaccinated individual unless they became symptomatic. I wouldn't test them. Does that answer your question? Okay. If I can just add something to the mask debate here, and I am not anti-mask. You can see I've been wearing a mask, but I know what the limitations of wearing a mask actually are. And I've said time and time again publicly that you can't just pick one mitigation. You have to use all of them. It's on the website that we just finished rewriting. So masks, hand hygiene, physical distancing, and ventilation. Now, I came across an article today, actually a study, from the American Institute of Physics, a little bit different from what I'm used to reading. The title is Experimental Investigation of Indoor Aerosol Dispersion and Accumulation in the Context of COVID-19 Effects of Masks and Ventilation. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you because it's about 60 pages. I'm going to skip to the conclusion. And I'd be happy to send the full study to whoever would like to read it. Essentially, the conclusion is this. The effect of ventilation air cleaning was considered using a HEPA air purifier at the recommended pre-pandemic air change rates, which is anywhere from about 2 to 3 times an hour of changing the air in the room. The results show that ventilation air exchange or purification is effective in decreasing both the final saturation concentration, which is 6 feet away, and the time required to reach the saturation rate, which is about 10 hours. Based on the apparent filtration efficiency, tests performed with no mask at an air exchange rate of 1.7 times an hour or higher outperform cases with high efficiency masks, the KN95, the N95, and no room ventilation. So while we're busy talking about masks in a room like this, I don't know how often the air is changed in this room, but it would be more effective for us to open the doors and turn up the air than sitting here with no air movement and all wearing masks. And this study clearly demonstrates that.
Madam Chair, I think I'm next in the queue.
Yes, you are, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Savitt, or Dr. Savitt, thank you for providing that information to us.
Actually, it works really well because I was going to ask you to come up anyway. So my question is really simple. We just heard a concern that masks don't work. And you said that it's not necessarily that they don't work, it's in combination with other mitigation efforts like distancing and hand washing and air ventilation and a combination of things.
Correct.
Can you just please state for us the health departments, and first if you could make sure that your title is on the record. Could you share your title for the record?
Yeah. Dr. Savitt, I'm the Chief Medical Officer for the Anchorage Health Department.
Thanks. So I just would like you to clearly state for us the mitigation recommendations that the municipal health department is making for people in Anchorage right now. So what are the health mitigation efforts related to COVID that you are recommending?
The non-pharmacological mitigation recommendations, and the key word here is recommendations, are to mask in sustained high-risk indoor areas or outside in a crowd if you're amongst people that you don't know and you can't physically distance, which is the next part, 3 to 6 feet distancing, adequate ventilation, as I just described here. Those are all part of it. The mainstay, though, of protecting oneself against COVID-19, including the Delta variant, is still vaccination. That's been clearly demonstrated over and over again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So just to make sure we're reiterating, the health department's recommendation is to, when appropriate, mask, to distance, and the recommendation is to get vaccinated, not to mandate it, but to recommend it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
And the findings, which actually dovetail with Ms. Kennedy's study, show that in a poorly ventilated room, the N95 is about 60% effective. The N95 is it's 40%. The N95 is now down to 60% effective from its 95. The surgical or medical mask, which I'm wearing, is down to 12%, and the cloth masks, which a lot of people are wearing, is about 11%.
Thank you, Dr. Savitt. And I want to make sure we're focused back on the amendment. We do have an amendment before us pertaining to line 14, to add "and vaccinated" after "unvaccinated." And is there anyone else? Ms. Allard, I see you in the queue. I don't know if it's for the main motion or this amendment. The amendment, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. It says about 3/4 of people infected in Massachusetts COVID-19 breakout were fully vaccinated against the coronavirus, with 4 of them ending up in the hospital, according to new data published by Centers of Disease Control. The new data published in the U.S. agency's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report also found that fully vaccinated people who get infected carry as much of the virus in their nose as unvaccinated people and could spread it to other individuals. I also have, I think, stand by, I would like to call Mr. Lonzer up. Dr. Lonzer, is he here?
Ms. Allard, I want to remind you of our Roberts rules of folks speaking twice, and you are on your 3rd time.
Can I please pull up a medical expert?
If it's very brief, we have a limit on debate of an hour, so please, briefly, go ahead.
I find this pretty important, but yes, Chair, I'll abide by the decorum.
My name is Alfred Lonzer.
Dr. Lonzer?
Dr. Lonzer. I moved here in 2002, love living in Alaska, and I don't envy any of you your jobs.
Could you speak a little bit on if you are vaccinated, how that could possibly, you could still be infected with COVID and still technically spread the virus?
I think COVID is a very complicated issue. I think there's a lot of disagreement, even among professionals. My background is in anesthesia, and my understanding of where our current state is that even if you are vaccinated, you can get sick. Even if you are vaccinated, you can spread the virus. And it's interesting to me, the conflict between you have to get vaccinated because that's going to prevent you from getting sick, but on the other hand, you have to wear a mask because you can still spread the virus and you can still get sick and die even if you've been vaccinated. But maybe your symptoms, it's a very confusing issue, and I think it's very complicated, and I think there's very little agreement even among medical professionals. I got here early enough to see some of the presentation that Providence had. I was a little disappointed that there wasn't equal time spent on the concern over COVID as opposed to maybe an opposing view where we focus more
Doctor,
on...
thank you for being here. Ms.
Yeah.
Allard, we need to be focused on the amendment right now because that's the portion of the debate.
Well, the amendment is clearly stating, I believe, that the people who are being unvaccinated, that are being required to test weekly, my point is that the ones who are being vaccinated also need to be vaccinated or tested weekly. This is absolutely relevant to my amendment.
So, Doctor, if you would address specifically Ms. Allard's point.
Okay, so my final question would be, thank you, Dr. Lanzer, would you recommend or would you say that is it unrealistic that if we're going to ask individuals who are unvaccinated that because you can still get sick with COVID being vaccinated, shouldn't they be tested too?
I like the idea of everybody being treated equally. Why don't you amend it to say that if you display symptoms, you get tested, rather than differentiating between vaccinated and unvaccinated?
Thank you. I withdraw my amendment, and I will do exactly what Dr. Lanzer has requested. Can you please repeat that, Dr. Lanzer?
Call the question. Mine is on the main motion. Call question on the main motion.
Of course.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. This is not a debatable motion. It would bring the item before us and requires a vote of 8. Members may proceed to vote.
Madam Chair, can you please do a point of information for the public?
Yes, Ms. Allard. When a member moves or calls the question and it is seconded, this, if the vote, if it receives 8 votes, then it will bring the item to a vote and end discussion. The motion to call the question isn't a debatable motion per Robert's rules, so therefore, since it has been moved and seconded, we proceed to a vote.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The motion to call the question passes 8-3. I believe now, Madam Clerk, we will vote on the motion to approve AR number 2021-303.
Mr. Weddleton? Mr. Weddleton? Mr. Weddleton, I did not.
No. Sorry. No.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The resolution passes 8-3. Before we move on to the next item, I do want to note, per Ms. Ellard's question concerning Robert's rules, that again, when I recognized Mr. Constant when he made the motion, that immediately brings the vote before the body if it gets the 8 votes, which it did. And so that's why, again, the discussion was ended on that resolution, or that item. So we now have before us item 10B3, a resolution declaring the municipality of Anchorage to be an inclusive community where residents are treated equally and empowered with free choice. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Ellard?
Yeah, I would just like to know why Ms. Zolotel has moved to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Zolotel, would you like to speak to that question?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you for the question. I don't find this item particularly constructive, and I find it quite divisive for the community. I don't think this is really grounded in truth, and that there is vaccine discrimination occurring in Anchorage. In fact, what we're seeing in Anchorage is a really hands-off approach to COVID-19, and I just don't see things such as vaccine segregation, and I don't think we know enough about any supposed government-mandated requirements. If those are referring to recent statements made by the president, I think there's still more to be learned. So I think this is a very inappropriate item, and one that is at best premature, and otherwise just really not something we should be taking up. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, follow up.
Thank you.
She handed me the gavel.
Thank you. May I please read the resolution into the record?
I'm going to say yes. How long is it?
I can read it super fast if you'd like.
Hold on, let me just make sure it's not 5 pages. Okay, I'm going to say yes, since you handed me the gavel. Proceed, please.
Thank you. A resolution declaring the municipality of Anchorage to be an inclusive community where residents are treated equally and empowered of free choice. Whereas the municipality of Anchorage is an inclusive community where all people should be treated equally in equity and compassion, communal kindness, and understanding. And whereas through previous adopted legislation, the Assembly has expressed support for public health and encouraging people to get the COVID-19 vaccination, but not requiring residents to be inoculated by the COVID-19 vaccine. And whereas an Anchorage Assembly and municipal administration do not support government mandate restrictions imposing mandate COVID-19 vaccine segregation in our community. And whereas all residents should have the right to choose to not get a COVID-19 vaccination based on religious, medical, or personal reasons. And whereas proof of the vaccination status should not be required by any government mandate in order to access businesses, places of worship, or cultural events. And whereas the Assembly has no legal authority to waive mandates imposed by the state of Alaska or the Anchorage School District, and whereas this resolution recognizes that residents know what is best for their health and safety, the health and safety of their families, and through the resolution, the Assembly expresses its support for residents' free choice, and whereas empowering residents' free choice includes not disparaging or discouraging the use of face coverings or the decision to get the COVID-19 vaccination. And whereas the Assembly continues to recommend the residents follow CDC guidelines or best practices and take personal responsibility for their choices, but the Assembly does not support government-imposed healthcare mandates. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly, Section 1, the municipality of Anchorage is an inclusive community and where residents and businesses are treated with equal equity regardless of vaccination status or mask usage. Section 2, the Assembly supports freedom of choice for all residents and businesses and supports their judgment to do what is prudent and in the best interest of their persons, their family, and their businesses. Section 3, the Assembly does not promote COVID-19 vaccination segregation. All people will be treated equally and empowered with personal choice, all while implementing safety measures to keep our residents healthy and secure. Section 4, the Assembly opposes government-mandated requirements and residents to show proof of vaccination status in order to access local businesses, places of worship, or cultural events. The Assembly upholds the values of personal responsibility and individual liberties to empower residents to make their own healthcare choices. Section 5, this resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage and approval of the Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Ms. LaFrance is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had handed the gavel to the Vice Chair because I had put myself in the queue, simply to state that on this resolution, Council hasn't reviewed it, and given that Council, MOA Legal, and Assembly Council are reviewing the legality and issues surrounding vaccination requirements, I agree with Ms. Zalatil that it's premature to consider this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, Ms. Zalatil's in the queue, and then I think Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to comment on the Vice Chair's ruling here very briefly to allow this to be read into the record. It raises some concern. I'm not sure it comports with Robert's rules until a resolution is actually approved that it would be read into the record. It is included in the record as part of the agenda, and it also does not comport with our typical conduct of business where we may read even a recognition resolution only after it has been moved, opportunity for debate, and then approved by the body. And I just wanted to note my concern about the ruling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Mr. Constant will respond.
Yeah, just briefly. For my part, a member can get in the queue to speak and they can read. There's no rule against that in our body here, and I did make a ruling, and any member could have objected to that ruling. We could have had a discussion about that. But I understand the intent, which your comments are made, and I honor them, and I just wanted to suggest that to my kind of fairness sense, it seemed like the right thing to do.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to amend the postpone indefinitely to a date specific of September 28th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think that if the only hesitation for this is to see whether or not legal has had an opportunity to look at it, then I think we can give them that time in the next 2 weeks and then proceed with this. I think there are a lot of positive things in this particular resolution that I think I would like to see promoted to the public, and so I think if we do come up with a date to where we actually deal with this, either vote it up or down, would be a better way to go at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard on the amendment.
Thank you. I think there has been some sort of miscommunication. Legal did look at this. In fact, I brought it to the Muni attorney, and he did look at this and approved it. And I did send it to Mr. Gates for his legal opinion on it too. Whether he's rendered it or not, I'm unable to know that unless he speaks up. But the Muni attorney has looked at this and said it is legal. So maybe the Muni attorney, Mr. Burke, can speak on it, and or Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Burke, would you like to address Ms. Allard's question?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
We're reviewing 2021-313 in regards to the resolution declaring the municipality of Anchorage an inclusive community. And I did bring this to legal for review, and I'm asking you what your opinion was on it.
So I think that my opinion on it and the conversations that we had are protected by the attorney-client privilege. I mean, I'd prefer not speak on this.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Gates has an opinion publicly, but otherwise, yeah, we can still postpone, but I don't know if Mr. Gates is going to speak up.
Mr. Gates?
Well, I did take a look at this resolution and just had some concerns with a couple statements. I think postponing it for possibly making changes might be a wise idea.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Okay, we will, seeing no other members in the queue, we will proceed to vote on the amendment to postpone, to change the date to a date certain of September 28, to postpone it to September 28.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
That fails 3-8. We now have the main motion before us to postpone indefinitely. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on postponing indefinitely AR 2021-313.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion passes 9-2. We now have before us item 10C1, unnumbered AIM, subject waiver of formal procurement procedures, Congregate Shelter Services RFP 2021 P028. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pulled this item because I was looking for a little bit more information, but in consultation with legal counsel, this item has the necessary information required under the waiver provision to tell us a little bit about the contract that was approved, and we are able to get this contract through records requests. Otherwise, they're not typically provided in our packet. So I just needed some time to check to make sure, since this is, I believe, maybe one of the first times, or at least recent times we've seen this waiver provision utilized, that everything comported with the requirements, and it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I support the principles behind this waiver and the reason it's put before us. Essentially, the waiver was to truncate the 7-day mandatory waiting period that is in the code. But I do have concerns about this section of the code. When we amended it the last time, it wasn't that long ago. And we talked about it and couldn't quite work our minds through a scenario where this would be in effect. And for my part, as again, I say I support this strongly. It's the right thing to do. But I'm also concerned that there is still a hole in the code where we don't have to see this and it can be just done. And to me, that's a scary part of our code. And obviously, it needs to be utilized with great care. And it's a conversation that sometime I think we'll have again, probably not anytime too soon.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Dembowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Mr. Constant, if I could just speak to your comment. I think whenever we use emergency options, and this was an emergency waiver, it's specifically for that provision. If this wasn't done, there was a potential that there could have been a gap in service to this very vulnerable population. And so I think as the Assembly considers paths forward, if you take this option out, there literally could be an opportunity where you wouldn't be able to respond to an emergency when you had to. I think these provisions may have been used. The 24-hour notice is new. It's challenging. But that just meant that I came in and worked on Sunday, which is not unusual. But I think during COVID, I think there were numerous emergency provisions that the administration used in order to meet the need of a dynamic and changing emergency. And so with that discussion, I think the emergency provision that you instituted of the 24-hour notice did exactly what it was intended. It gives you guys close to real-time action updates on what the administration is doing, and I think that's a good mechanism. But the Assembly, I would just urge extreme caution to take that away because you would severely limit the ability of the administration to respond in an emergency.
Any follow-up, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with you that it shouldn't go away. And I think we have to think through the check on this process in such a way that it's meaningful. I think the term that I had in the previous iteration that existed, we amended it, was that it was a loophole big enough you could drive a truck through, or maybe an airplane. And we want to make sure there's just a check there. And I don't know, we'll talk about it sometime in the future. I don't advocate taking it away.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on unnumbered waiver of formal procurement procedures, Congregate Shelter Services RFP 2021 P028.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Item 10C1 passes unanimously. We now have before us item 12A, resolution number AR 2021-248, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for a package store use and license number 4919 for Alaska Liquor Inc., DBA Northern Lights Liquor in the B3 General Business District located at 343 West Benson Boulevard within Arthur H. Ide Senior Subdivision Lot 5A, Plat 85-50, generally located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Eureka Street. Thank you. Public hearing on this item was closed August 10, 2021. Action was postponed from August 10, 2021. There is no motion pending.
Move to approve.
Actually, if I may, I have another motion. Move to reopen the public hearing and continue to the meeting of September 28th.
Is there a second?
Second.
If I may speak to it.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the last Assembly Public Safety Committee meeting, there was general agreement among the various parties, including the Midtown Community Council and the applicant, to postpone action one more meeting, and particularly the Midtown Community Council was really interested in testifying because they didn't get a chance to really testify at the last one because I think it was the last item, so everyone was gone by the time we got to it. So this motion will allow that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I don't have the recollection that the Midtown Community Council hasn't been heard on this item and hasn't been heard a number of times. This hearing has been moved and moved at the kind of will of the body to allow the Community Council to be heard. The Community Council decided not to publish the time and date of their meeting that they were supposed to meet with the applicant. The applicant submitted to us a number of documents that establish the fact that the council hasn't been acting in good faith in this, saying we haven't been heard. You've been heard. We heard you at a committee. We gave you special permission to be heard at a committee. We had the previous public hearing. We've had a number of meetings on this topic. It's dilatory to delay further, and I think it rewards the Midtown Community Council for the obfuscation that appears to me that has occurred within their process. And so I have to speak against this at this time, simply because what we're allowing a community council to do is to host meetings they don't notice, communicate opposition without hearing from the applicant, and then using the process to delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a lot of discussion at the Public Safety Committee meeting, and Mr. Rivera is correct in that it seemed a little bit rushed because we did have a limited amount of time, so it was kind of that was kind of part of the issue. But I guess in an effort to at least give some opportunity for making this a better document, I have a question, I guess, for Mr. Rivera or Ms. Zolotel in regard to this, and as to whether or not there are actually any amendments potentially coming forward that might put some restrictions on this liquor store, or if they kind of foresee that it would otherwise not pass without those restrictions and maybe guidelines for the operation of this store. So if I could, Madam Chair, I'd just like to see if Mr. Rivera has any more insight into the advantage to potentially postponing till next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And we do have Ms. Zolotel also in the queue. Mr. Rivera, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I can start. Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple things. First, just responding to Ms. Kennedy's question. So there are a couple of things that we can do on September 28th. We could just either approve or deny as written without amendments, or we could possibly look at putting some type of special limitations, which, you know, as a body, we typically haven't really looked at doing special limitations on SLEPs. They've been typically put on licenses. So we could deliberate that as a body, how we wanted to move forward with that, possibly bring the license back to us, and then put special limitations on the license and go through that whole process of asking the ABC board to approve those. Very similar to what we did with mom and pops. So that is sort of the pathways that I envision and what I have told the Midtown Community Council. Just responding really briefly, if I may, Madam Chair, to Mr. Constant's remarks. I appreciate that. It looks like there's been a little bit of crossing wires between the Midtown Community Council and the applicant. And, you know, I think delaying will hopefully give an opportunity for folks to really be able to meet and hash things out where there really hasn't been an opportunity for, I think, good communication between the parties. And from my perspective, when I like to do these things, and unfortunately I've had to do these a lot in Midtown, I like there to be really good communication and collaboration between all of the different parties. And I have to agree with Mr. Constant that I don't think that's really happened here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And I'll just ask if Ms. Zalatel wanted to add anything in response to Ms. Kennedy's question. I know you're in the queue for Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Ms. Kennedy's question, the only thing I would add is if there were any restrictions that could be considered, I would really want to see a potential memorandum of understanding between the operator and the Midtown Community Council. Those have usually been pretty strong historically and good guidance, and maybe the terms of an MOU might actually negate the need for any particular restrictions, but I do think it's a piece of missing information, and Mr. Rivera kind of stole my thunder there a little bit as while I was in the queue, but really wanted to emphasize that while this is off to a rocky start, and I completely agree that the applicant has made a lot of efforts, because the applicant, if this license is approved, is going to be operating in Midtown and working with the Midtown Community Council. I really want to give this additional 2 weeks with, knowing it's the last opportunity in my mind for them to work out what a relationship and to bring forward an MOU so we do have it for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Do you want to stay in the queue?
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, did you have anything further? Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to hear from the applicant in terms of the impact of the delay, if that will create a problem for them, knowing that there's already been delays.
Thank you. Through the chair, Janet Weltzine, attorney for the applicant. Ideally, we'd love to reach an agreement with the Midtown Community Council, but as the memo I put together today hastily, I apologize for a few typos in there, illustrates we haven't been able to have meaningful communication with this community council. We have tried and tried and tried, and I will try again if it's the will of the body to postpone it till the 28th. I will try some more, and Jeff Knuff is here, and he's the COO of this venture, and we will try some more together. We got a chance to meet with Jim Sellers of the Aquila House, and he provided some really helpful input, which we put in here. And so we drafted an MOU. We proposed numerous restrictions on this, on ourselves, on the applicant. We just need somebody to accept those or give us more that they want us to do, and we're happy to bend over backwards, but we just need somebody to talk to and communicate with if you want us to continue to communicating with the Midtown Community Council. Jeff, did you have anything to add?
Well, thank you for taking the issue. We would really like to move the Midtown Community Council to more or less embrace the process, and we've been reaching out. We'll continue to reach out, and we look forward to a very long-term relationship with the Midtown Community Council because they have a tremendous body of information, course and direction we'd like to employ, but also we'd like to share with them really what our long-term vision is, because it's not your typical mom and pop. And I understand their concern, but anything that can be done to help move that process along, we're always ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one quick follow-up to Mr. Rivera. Do you believe that this additional time frame will result in improved communication between these two parties?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. One could only hope. I think, if not, and if this is back before us on the 28th, I don't think you're going to hear me asking for further postponement. I'm just going to ask us to take action.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Ms. Weltzine. So the first date that's on this document, your memo shows August 10th, August 13th. That's the day that the Assembly closed the public hearing, right?
August 13th
August
was
13th.
3 days after the public hearing.
I'm sorry, but there's August 10th here and then August 13th. So that means you introduced this item, or it was introduced before the body, not you introduced it, July the 27th, correct?
Correct, and actually, I was looking back, and I got hired to start working on this in March of 2020, which means I started running the ad back in May of 2020, so
Right.
a while.
So did your outreach to the Midtown Community Council begin on the 10th of August or later?
I would say yes, and I would say, one, I feel like that's a failure in the code that you aren't required to do the community council outreach like we are with marijuana, but that's also a failure on my part for not being more proactive ahead of time.
So you hadn't reached out in July?
No.
Okay, well, that confounds me a little. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think that the delay isn't warranted. I think that the process is now 7 weeks almost, or 6 weeks, and moving, it'll be 2 months. That they didn't reach out before kind of argues against my argument, but now I'm confounded. So is there anyone else?
No one else is in the queue.
I think I'm going to concede 2 more weeks is okay, but that's it for me. Thank you.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reopen the public hearing and continue the public hearing to the meeting of September 28th for Resolution AR 2021-248.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion passes 10-1. The public hearing will be reopened on the meeting of September 28th. That brings us to new public hearings. Agenda items. Actually, we have a 12B on the addendum. This is not a public hearing item. Emergency Ordinance Number EO 2021-2, an emergency ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly extending the suspension of enforcement of Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 15.95 to allow retail sellers to provide plastic shopping bags for a certain period of time during the COVID-19 pandemic. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've heard from a number of constituents on my district that were upset about the 10-cent charge for paper bags. We do have an economically challenged areas in the district, and plus also this happened rather quickly and caught some retailers by surprise, and they from what I've heard, have got a good supply of plastic bags left on hand. And so I think this was a pro-consumer and pro-business move, and so that's why I decided to do this. And I would appreciate everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure I understand what this does. Maybe the sponsor can clarify what action this actually takes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Peterson, do you want to address Mr. Perez-Verdia's question regarding the effect of this emergency ordinance?
Well, the effect is this wouldn't be delayed. There's another item that was introduced tonight that would be coming up in a couple of weeks. And if we're going to do it then, I would assume it'd be just as well to do it now. And, there are people that have been barely scraping by during this challenging and economic times that we've been having here in Anchorage over the last several years. And I know 10 cents doesn't sound like much to some people, but there's a lot of people that are on very, very tight budgets, and they have to make decisions on what not to buy sometimes just over, a few cents or a couple dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
So
Mr.
just for
Perez-Valdez?
clarification, it extends the, what's the word I'm looking for? The effective date of the suspension of the ban, correct? Thank you. I just want to make sure that that's clarified in the record, that this is just extending the change on the ban and that the ban wouldn't go into effect until a later date. Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Valdez. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, a couple points. I'd like to speak to it, but I'd also, as a retailer who would be impacted by this, I don't feel like there's a significant conflict, but wanted to get a ruling from the chair.
Just so I'm clear, Mr. Weddleton, you want to make sure that you don't have a conflict on this item.
Right, because this would impact my business, but in a fairly small way.
Understood. I am looking for the questions. One moment, please.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Dunbar?
can I just make a suggestion? I believe, and Mr. Rivera can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the prior chair ruled that he did not have a conflict, so you probably don't need to go through the questions. I think we could probably just stick with that if you're comfortable with that and if I'm remembering correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera, is that your recollection as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Weddleton has asked me to rule on this exact topic a couple of times, and the consistent ruling I have given is that Mr. Weddleton does not have a conflict.
I'm comfortable with that ruling. I do want to confirm with Mr. Weddleton if anything has changed so that, Mr. Weddleton, do you have a financial interest in this matter?
Small interest, dime at a time.
Is it a financial interest shared by a broad array of people in the community? That's really the functional issue.
Is it a financial interest shared by a broad array of persons in the community?
Yes.
Which means it's not a conflict in this setting. So it is my ruling that the previous rulings, Mr. Weddleton, that you don't have a conflict in this matter are still germane, so you may participate and vote on this item.
Okay, can I speak to it now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. So, the thing on this is that, if, I think Mr. Peterson's points regarding retailers not knowing it was coming is true. There wasn't really outreach on it. And they may have plastic bags to get rid of and so on. But it kind of puts people in a limbo, too, because, we've got introduced a pause on it. So for 2 weeks, what do we do? Should we charge a dime and switch to paper? Is it really enforced now, or what's going on? And this just very simply clears the deck so that retailers don't have to worry about it. We'll discuss it more at length with a public hearing 2 weeks from now and put it to bed then, whichever way we go. So, I'd support it on those grounds. It's just, for 2 weeks, just get rid of any uncertainty that any retailers may have on the status of the bag ban.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. And Mr. Dunbar and I were just talking about how Mr. Weddleton just said 2 weeks. Oh, till the item is passed. Okay. I appreciate what Mr. Peterson's trying to do, but I can't support this and can't support extending the bag ban pause. And there's a number of reasons for that. First of all, this has just been going on forever. So we've been talking about this for literally since I got here. I think this was a vote to reconsider a prior vote that had happened before I sat on the body. So literally my first meeting, we voted on this issue. It's been going on and on and on. That's over 3 years ago. I think that I'm feeling like we're just flip-flopping. We're going back and forth. We're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. We know that COVID spreads through air particles, and that's why wearing masks and other things are effective. Really, this isn't about COVID. This is about an excuse to allow more plastic in our community. And, Cars is already using paper bags. We shop there. We've been getting paper bags from them. Businesses have adjusted. I haven't received a single email from a business owner saying that they can't use the plastic bags they have stocked up for now 3 years. So I think this is a little absurd, and I'll have to vote against it, or any iteration of it.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my comments are very much in line with Ms. Quinn-Davidson. I just don't see the rationale for lifting or suspending the plastic bag ban. And I think, continuing to play around with the date and, if I understood Mr. Weddleton's logic correctly, is approve this today, and then we might approve another version in a couple of weeks that extends it even further. So I think it just creates a lot of uncertainty. So I would say either let's vote this down today, or let's do the final version today, one or the other, so that we can just get past this topic entirely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
So I don't know how we could do the final version today if we were going to move towards any amendment. So I'm not persuaded by an argument that there's a financial harm. The 10 cent is the actual motivator. It's a profound motivator, and it has worked and continues to work in communities across the country and the world. The problem, though, is the supply chain. And if you do a basic level of investigation, you will find that the manufacturers are having a hard time keeping up with paper bags right now because of the same supply chain issues that are hitting cars and other functions within our economy. And to me, that does make the painful argument that I have to support this, because I have it on advice that International Paper is capping paper bag shipments to retailers across the country, which will boil down to Anchorage running out of paper bags here very soon, maybe within a week or two, for sure by the end of the month. And so I'm torn in this, and you'll see added to the addendum to the agenda was an S version of the ordinance that was introduced that would move the date to April or May of next year. My amendment would make it to the end of this calendar year, with the intent to let retailers who have purchased a supply of plastic bags, again to use them, we've been down that road before, to clearly communicate to the public that the time is coming in December, at the end of the holidays, that the bag ban will come back into full effect. And so I think that I am forced by the kind of international paper markets to vote yes on this, because I don't want to create a scenario in the marketplace where people don't have anything to carry their groceries out in.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As one of the original sponsors of the extension to a date certain that recently expired for the plastic bag ban moratorium, I guess I'll call it, I haven't heard about supply chain demands, and I had previously, so I find that very curious. I hadn't heard from retailers like I heard previously that pushed it to a date certain, and this date certain was known for quite some time. Whether or not it was publicized, it certainly became known that when we were considering bringing back the plastic bag ban, and then it was extended and plastic bags continued to be used, there was plenty of notice. If there are supply chain demands, I think it just should prompt us, and maybe this is where we should put our time and effort to encouraging people to bring alternate bags, reusable bags. I mean, this isn't simply we no longer have plastic shopping bags. All we can use is paper. I mean, it was, I remember, a very big conversation about what kind of alternate bags you could bring or could be utilized. So I don't think it's an all or nothing. So at this point, I think I can't support the emergency ordinance, and I think it's time to make the switch back, absent some very specific additional information that would really put us in a crunch. And I think that could be considered or brought forward with the other items that have been introduced but have not yet come before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's probably no surprise to this body that I would actually be supporting this particular suspension. But I will say that I'm glad that Mr. Constant brought up the supply chain issue. One of the things that I have noticed as a shopper at the J-Bear commissary is that they have not yet been able to get paper bags. And this has literally been going on for many, many months now. And of course you can make the argument that, well, maybe the military supply chain for providing paper bags is not quite as critical as other things that the military supply chain needs to make sure is provided. But it is actually, an issue. And one of the other things is that, we have had businesses actually email us and ask us to just not make this quite a big deal yet, because they do feel like they're still trying to get rid of some of their supply. They still feel like it's confusing to people. Either way they do it, and this just gives them one less headache to worry about in this time if they don't have to worry about making sure that they tell people, I can't give you a plastic bag, and oh, by the way, I have to charge you for paper. Anyway, it just is one of those situations that just kind of complicates things further and is just another more undue stress on some of our businesses who, like I said, some of them have asked for this suspension to be continued. So I will support this and certainly look forward to better conversation. My question, though, when we look at the other ordinance, I was going to say, more conversation about looking at 2021-84. But I do have a question as to whether or not this actually impacts that particular ordinance at this point. And because this is an emergency ordinance, and maybe you said this, Madam Chair, and I just missed it, but I believe we have to have a certain number of yes votes for something of an emergency ordinance nature to pass.
That's
So,
correct.
thank
9
you.
votes are required for this to pass.
9. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I guess my question would be if any of this really would impact any of the discussion that we have on 2021-84, because obviously that's been introduced and we will still have that conversation in some shape or form, correct? So.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And I will just add, my assumption would be it would impact the dates in those ordinances. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add on that. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on emergency ordinance number EO 2021-2, and again, 9 votes are required in order for this to pass.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
EO 2021-2 fails with a vote of 7-4. We now have before us item 14A. We are in the new public hearing section of the agenda, and agenda items in this category are typically new public hearing agenda items, or certain items that require 2 public hearings, like the budget. Ordinances in this category, except emergency ordinances, must be introduced at a previous meeting resolutions in this category may be introduced at a previous meeting, but some resolutions by code are automatically set for a public hearing. 14A, ordinance number AO 2021-77, an ordinance authorizing the use of a portion of municipal property within the dedicated Connors Bog Park for an intragovernmental use permit that is 464 feet by 21 feet on the northern boundary of Connors Lake Subdivision Tract B per Plat 85-130 in accordance with AMC 25.10.080C, generally located south of West International Airport Road, west of Minnesota Drive, north of Raspberry Road, and east of the Northwood Drive right-of-way alignment in Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Please come forward and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, my name is Tom McGrath. Madam Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly. The second whereas says, at the end for a driveway to the West Anchorage snow disposal site. You don't have a West Anchorage snow disposal site at that location. It's on a different ordinance that hasn't come up yet. You know, back in Kansas when I was growing up in the 50s, we had already switched to tractors, but across the road was the old guy that still used the mules. And when he hooked up mules, he always put the mule in front of the cart. He never put the cart in front of the mule. I think that until you take up the actual ordinance to have a snow disposal site, you shouldn't take up the ordinance to have a driveway to the snow disposal site. You've done this a number of times over the years, and it just doesn't make sense to me where you get the cart before the horse. I have been going to the Smart Community Council meeting since 1983. And because we're adjacent to the airport manager or his designee comes and talks to us every month. We've asked him about the snow disposal site that is on airport land many times. They're not going to sell it to you because the FAA controls that land. The FAA is also not going to allow anybody else to use the property for anything else because it's in a glide path on the east-west runway. So the only reason we would want to do this is so we can say we have our own snow disposal site and we don't have to lease it from the FAA. But it sounds to me like the FAA gives us a darn good price. The third part of this is Anchorage has a lot of land and we have a real estate department. And the real estate department, I've gone back to the budgets today and I spent a lot of time. Seems like they spend about $10 million a year. I guess this is this year's $10 million expenditure. And they have to justify themselves somehow. Why do we need to always spend $10 million to justify a job when we really don't need to do this in the first place? And the biggest issue with this, and I'm sure Attorney and Community Council and others will weigh in, is this is in a Class A wetlands. Why would we despoil a Class A wetlands for something we don't need? So I'm just really perplexed by this whole issue, and I think that $10 million is a lot of money to spend just so we can justify a department in the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Come forward.
So we're the applicant. Do we speak now or do we have a separate time later? We're just a little confused on the process, sorry.
Sure, you can speak now. And then if you want to be available for member questions as well. And if members have questions, then they'll ask you to come back up.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Welcome. Can you pull the mic down just a bit?
Sorry.
And then state your name for the record?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lori Cummings, and I'm a senior planner with HDR. I'm here with Melinda Sue, the project manager from Project Management and Engineering. I'm representing PM&E for an intergovernmental use permit for the use of municipal parkland application to facilitate the development of a new West Anchorage snow disposal site. The city needs a new city-owned facility to maintain the current level of service for snow removal in West Anchorage. This site will allow the street maintenance department to operate in a cost-effective, efficient manner. PM&E recently completed a site selection study that recommended a site in Connors Bog for a new snow disposal site. To access this site, we need to extend the route that provides access to the existing snow disposal site and the CLEP maintenance station. The location of this access road extension is limited due to the presence of multiple Chugach Electric high-voltage transmission lines. These lines are essential to Anchorage's power system, and relocating these lines are not an option, so we'd have to develop an access route that leaves these transmission lines in place. Going to the north of these lines was not an option because of potential impacts to Javier de la Vega Park. Going to the south also requires a small use of parkland, but it minimizes the amount of parkland being used, and it does not impact developed recreational land. Conflict with park users are expected to be minimal because this access road is on the edge of Connors Bog and will primarily be used in the winter when there are fewer park users. In addition, this permit will only be used if the snow disposal site is constructed. The Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning Department, Planning and Zoning Commission, and Sand Lake Community Council are all in support of this action. We've also had support from the general public. Some of the concerns we've heard about the project so far deal with issues that will be addressed through the design and conditional use permit process. In conclusion, PM&E respectfully requests the Assembly approve the use of 464 by 21 foot area of parkland in order to develop a safe driveway for the proposed snow disposal site. We're happy to answer any questions you may have about the project.
Thank you, ma'am. We do have several members in the queue, starting with Mr. Weddleton.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. So, Ms. Cummings, so we were told that this is a cart before the horse, but does it make sense to set up a snow dump that we don't have access to yet?
Hi, if I may introduce myself, I'm Melinda Sue. I'm the project manager from PM&E, and we are working on a design currently. So the design process, you know, you have many steps involved. Right now, we're in the preliminary, more of a concept phase. We're working on the design study report, which is, the draft will be coming out within a month or so, sometime soon. And it will be published for review for the public and all the stakeholders. A lot of the process that works in parallel is the design permitting process and then all the land issues. We don't want to go through the full design and then find out all the steps along the way. There's all these different, you know, hurdles that we need to achieve and approval processes that we have to have in place, you know, and it kind of is a coordinated effort. So as far as, you know, responding to that gentleman's comment about the cart before the horse, we see it as a kind of a process that develops, you know, alongside the design, engaging with the public, talking to stakeholders, you know, working with our various departments and engaging the public as well. So it's a very comprehensive process.
I'll just add, if I may, one of the reasons we're asking for this permit now is so that negotiations with Chugach Electric can proceed, because this does require crossing those transmission line right-of-way. So we want to make sure we know where that access point is going to be so we can have continued negotiations and make sure we know where we're going to be crossing to ensure the safety of these transmission lines.
Thank you. And I understand the sound is a little bit difficult on the phone. And so Mr. Weddleton is seeking a yes or no question to, I believe, is this the cart before the horse?
No, we don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
No, and that was the part I heard clearly. If everybody speaks right into that mic, it would help for those of us on the phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I have a number of concerns about the site and don't know how the department plans to address them. In particular, I understand there was a former dump site around here, and I don't know how clean that dump site was made. And then, so that's one question. How far along in remediation was the old dump site? Second question is, there is the bog right there, Connor Bog. And I know historically that once a snow dump goes into a site, that site becomes contaminated. So it's almost truism of all my experience in the public process that what we can expect here is that this site will become contaminated with all manner of toxins and materials that are gathered off the roads of our community. If that's the case and the bog is right there, what's to stop the PCBs and other elements that are getting kind of picked up and moved along to the snow dump site from flowing right into the bog? And that bog is a place that's very popular among a set of people who I happen to affiliate closely with, dog owners. And I want to make sure that that bog stays as clean as it can. And so my question really circles around what is the plan for mitigation? And I know what I understand from what I heard you say is that that's really the other project you're working on, and it might be a month before you publish it. But I need to be confident that there is some planning involved with making sure that we're not allowing the flow of contaminants into a waterway.
So if I may. So there is a former landfill, and it's a closed landfill, and it's where the street maintenance facility, the CLEP maintenance, their main facility, is actually built atop of part of that former landfill, as well as the De La Vega ball fields. So, you know, that's under the control of solid waste services. You know, they manage the site. And, I mean, it is a closed site. It's stabilized. The site that we're looking for is south of that site. So it's not interacting with that former landfill. So just wanted to respond to that. You raised questions about, you know, a new site and introducing contaminants into the bog, and we understand it is an environmentally sensitive area with wetlands and marsh and a lot of recreation in that area. The existing site is in the same watershed. It's been operating for decades now. And, the reason that we want to build a new site is to make sure that we can implement all the necessary measures and berms and water features to make sure that we're settling out any silts, contaminants of that nature, and then, have it be clean discharge before it enters the rest of the area. So anyways, it has been operating. It's actually kind of a synergistic fit as we see it. If you have this wetland area, a wetland to perform in a natural, high-level functioning wetland actually needs a water source. And it's interesting how this watershed actually is a closed basin, and a big contributing factor of the hydration is the actual existing snow disposal site that we lease from the airport currently. So moving it from, one location to the other location within the same watershed, we view it as, actually a good fit to maintaining the water level in Connors Bog, and then also hydrating that wetlands. But we look forward to meeting with you all in the future with our conditional use permit, where we will have to, in great detail, show how the site will perform well and, and address all the environmental, design criteria that we need to address.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So the original site, is it closer or further from the lake, the bog? And how much so?
Yeah, so I have a little map here.
Because if you take the logic, it's in the same watershed, we could go up, the mountains and make that argument.
So I don't have it posted for everybody, but the existing site is closer to the lake, and it's closer to what people recreate on the trail. It's 100 feet away from the trail, which is actually...
Closer, thank you. Simple answer.
The new site is farther away.
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? And please don't go far. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, I just want to re-emphasize that this has been looked at and reviewed by the San Luis Community Council, and it's just the beginning of a long process. There will be a lot of opportunity for the public to engage in this, to ensure that it's a site and it's done the right way so that it fits within the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AO 2021-77, approval thereof.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
This motion passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2021-82, an ordinance providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures, specifically but not limited to a contract to extend mass care services for COVID-19 required to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Eugene Callahan. I represent myself. Filed the public process. When the public process done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public industry. Where do I begin in this short time I have to speak on? I find this alarming. I find also the amendment by Zolotel that was handed out a few minutes ago, adding a few more $millions more to this picture, also alarming. What is so alarming is that they identify where the money is going to come from. The city operates a supposed reserve account. In order to maintain a credit rating that they have now, they need to maintain that credit rating, and you need to look at how the money is coming from. Where this money is being proposed to come from is jeopardizing that credit rating, and Zolotel's amendment further jeopardizes that credit rating. Also, you see a date there with October 31st. There's no explanation on that amendment from Assemblymember Zolotel to explain her reason to why she's added a couple $1 million more. This is not the way to run a city. This is physically irresponsible. Also, in the Assembly Committee meeting that I attended in City Hall, in a small room, that Assemblyman Zolotel is now calling for no homeless meeting in this room and be remote, but you're still having those assembly meetings out there. The scenario is this. Where's an audit? Where's the money that has already been spent? What are the financial needs to keep the programs going and how long it's going? It's not identified here. Obviously, there's a need, and there's no question about that. But the servicing that need is not clearly explained, and also explained by the administration to how the numbers come into the picture. And at the Assembly meeting in City Hall, and I appreciate the Chair listens to my speaking, LaFrance, but of course she's engaged somewhere else, and she is part of the Assembly. And she continues to be engaged somewhere else. I'm glad the Mayor is listening, respectfully. You need to bring out those numbers. You need to bring out the numbers of what the costs are over this course of COVID and the operations. You need to bring all that stuff out. But it's not in these documents. And you want to approve this scenario? And I remind you, you're putting a situation that jeopardizes a city's credit rating. jeopardizes city credit rating. Enough's enough. Thank you very much, with 2 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who would like to testify? Anyone at all? Please.
I just walked in. Is this only for this topic?
Yes, testimony on this ordinance. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Or actually,
I've moved Zalatel amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zalatel amendment number 1 increases the amount to $6.25 million. And the intent here is to fund mass care, both congregate and non-congregate, through the end of the year. While we heard from the administration, funding that they've requested is through the end of October, I don't see any realistic picture in which mass care ends before then. This provides certainty both to clients who utilize mass care, providers of mass care, that we have a plan moving forward as we enter the winter. Additionally, although we may authorize the expenditure of the funds, the contracts are awarded, so there's no concern, as was previously stated by the administration, that it would somehow unduly influence getting competitive prices. In fact, the RFP just recently closed, as the public's very well aware of, on the congregate care for Sullivan Arena. So I think this is the prudent thing to do. It's important that we provide certainty moving into the winter, and it provides us an opportunity to concentrate on what might be next after this without bringing an item back before us every 30 to 45 days to continue these operations that could suggest that they're going to suddenly or abruptly end. We should get a lot of lead and notice when mass care is going to need to wind up, partly based on the federal declaration of the emergency and the guidance that will be given when that time comes. So I urge your support so that we have some certainty moving in through the end of the year, and then we can discuss how we move forward from there to round out the winter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments, and then I'd like to hear the administration speak to this. It feels a bit like an overreach. We had this discussion in a work session, and the administration provided a rationale for why they wanted to come forward with what they came forward, and we questioned that, and they provided a logical response. It feels to me like we need to allow them to move forward and operate this in the way that they believe is best, and not step into the operation of it. But I'd like to hear the administration respond to this amendment and just see their position on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Dombowski, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Assemblymember Perez-Verdia. Thank you for the opportunity. The administration does oppose this. I think I went into great detail, and I'll if you don't mind, I'll have Director Badol come up here in just a second. But for two reasons. The first reason we oppose this amendment is because we believe this is a substantial change to the title of the publicly noticed document. There's a request to increase the funding on this by $2 million. That's substantial, so I don't believe there's adequate public notice, number one. But number two, as we start responding to mass care versus a homeless shelter, the moment we start doing long-term funding on this, FEMA very well could look at this as it's a homeless shelter and it's not mass care. I think Director Dole would be the most appropriate person to speak to that, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, if that would be acceptable.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez Verdillo, as we discussed at the work session, mass care is an emergency protective measure that we're doing in response to the COVID pandemic. Specifically, the loss of shelter capacity due to increased social distancing and other factors has resulted in many people becoming unhoused. As an emergency protective measure, it is not a program, it is an immediate response item. We will only do it to the extent necessary and the duration necessary to respond to the issues created by COVID. If there's anything we know about COVID after a year and a half is we don't know about COVID. And we don't believe we can forecast out what exactly the demand will be at that point. It may be more, it may be less. I would also note in the next month, we're basically competing most of our bids, or for most of our contracts of the 32 that operate the mass care enterprise across the spectrum. There's an opportunity for savings there. So in looking at that, we only seek enough money for the immediate response now. I know it's painful for y'all that we keep coming back incrementally, but we're just doing an emergency response. We're not creating an enduring budget line item for the way going forward. In doing that, we established that we're not running a homeless program, just an emergency response. We maintain FEMA eligibility under the public assistance grant because we're under time, purpose, amount. It's only reasonable and necessary to respond to COVID.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dole, Mr. Perez Verdillo, Ms. Dembowski. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but Mr. Dole explained it all.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think we had some really good conversation about really what's going on. And the fact that we're continuing to spend money that we don't have is, of course, a great concern to me. The fact that we continue to basically exempt ourselves from the requirement to keep our fund balance at a certain level is a concern to me. And I think Ms. Zolotel, I certainly understand her rationale, the fact that we could very well be continuing or needing to continue to provide these funds throughout the end of the year. But I think what the administration is trying to do right now is strike a very delicate balance between the funding that we have, the fund balance that we are trying to maintain, even though we actually aren't to the level that it should be. But until we can really start to realize the revenues that we believe are promised to us from FEMA, we're basically living on borrowed funds and borrowed time. So I think in an effort to, in good faith, do what we can do up to the point that we can do it. I think the administration is presenting that to us, so that to try to change that in some way and kind of compound the problem, it just isn't a very responsible thing to do right now, and certainly the timing is off. So I think we need to oppose this amendment and go with what the administration knows is kind of the best we can do right now given the circumstances. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just a slight different take on what was just said. I don't think it's that we're living on borrowed money. What I think we're doing is living on the money we put in savings that we have held in an account for emergencies. So this isn't money that we've taken a loan for. This is a money we hold. And that there is a substantial difference there to me. The whole purpose of an emergency fund is to use it during an emergency. That, separate from the question of the amendment, really, it's just a difference of opinion on the nature of the money that we're using. We are loaning to ourselves or using our own reserves for this process. We aren't taking someone else's money.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, and I'm not sure if these talking points that came out from facilitation have been shared with the entire body. If not, we can make sure to get them to you. But one of those agreements is we'll be working to get out of the Sullivan as soon as feasible, but we'll stay in the Sullivan until we have a workable alternative. My understanding is that's for all of our mass care operations. We've also heard that alternatives coming aren't going to be available in 45 days. And so while I appreciate the administration's concerns, I also know that in the past, in our response to the pandemic, we have funded for longer than 6 weeks. And we have had very clear communication from the federal government when FEMA was going to possibly be ramped down, but then it is at 100% reimbursement through the end of the year. And we are at a high alert and in a very intensive time for COVID. So providing, I appreciate concerns about budgeting in the municipality, but what's being lost here is some certainty for these clients who are relying on mass care in this moment due to an emergency and a pandemic that will not subside completely by the end of the year. Our established shelter providers will not be back up to capacity. We will not have adequate housing stock to simply get everyone out of mass care by the end of the year, even with the investments we've made through the housing surge. Vacancy rates are just too low. So I think this is prudent planning and some assurances for some people who have who get some of the least assurances in life. They are relying on mass care for a place to be while they work for a place to live. It's the very least we can do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Can I ask for Mr. Dahl to come back up? I have a question to ask him.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. I'm watching you, and I'm watching your reactions over there. You have an extensive history dealing with FEMA and emergency operations throughout your entire career. Could you please just reiterate why it is so important and why we are not funding till the end of the year? Why is it so important that we move forward with this RAO, please?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, we're looking for reimbursement, not revenue from FEMA for the amount that we spend reasonable and necessary to respond to the COVID, the here and now disaster. The further out we are saying we need the money, how can we forecast what the actual demand is a month, 2 months from now, 3 months from now? We're not. We're doing something else at that point. And that's where the danger runs in terms of, is this a disaster emergency protective measure under a public assistance grant, or is it something else? And if it's something else, we're not doing a loan from the 101 fund, we're paying for it from the 101 fund.
Madam Chair, is it possible that I could get Dr. Morris on the phone if he's available? Unless the administration, I could ask them the question and maybe the body can answer it.
Ms. Allard, if you would go ahead and state your question first, sure. And then perhaps we could direct it appropriately.
Thank you. I received some information from Dr. Morris about 2 weeks ago, and he had told me when I went with him and Dr. Marbut down to the Sullivan Arena, that the Sullivan Arena, nationally, is the longest standing emergency facility during COVID for the homeless. And I said, are you sure? And he said, yes. What has happened is, during this time, there have been facilities that have gone down and that have come back up. But Anchorage, Alaska is the longest standing homeless facility. That really rings hard with me. I'm very concerned that if we extend it, just based on that factual information, we are doomed. We will not get that money back. I would encourage you not to support this amendment and to encourage you to vote for the overall AO, what the mayor has presented.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
The amendment fails 5-6. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-82.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number AO 2021-83, an ordinance reappropriating $8,047,886.57 from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401800, previously appropriated for property acquisition by AO 2020-99 as amended, and reappropriating to the COVID-19 Fund 2310803, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of such appropriations. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Callahan. I represent myself. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like in the public interest. We have at least I have a problem with what's being proposed here. The amount of money is coming from the area-wide General Capital Improvement Program, CIP Fund, Real Estate Development, to the COVID Fund. Number one is how does it affect that fund and the projects for that fund? There's nothing said on that. When is it going to be repaid? It's transferring money from one account for a specific purpose to another account for a different purpose. That's what we've got here. Now, I'm not questioning there is a need. There's no doubt there is a need to deal with COVID. And it would be irresponsible for the city not to address that need in administration and assembly. But how you address it and how you deal with it is the issue here. And the issue here is another part that I failed to say on the other item. The other item that you had passed could take years to get that money back from the feds. Years. So borrowing money from one, in that case, it could be years to get repayment and reimbursement. In this situation, it's not coming out of the reserve, it's coming out of another account dedicated for a specific purpose. A definite purpose here. And the idea is, what is that effect on that purpose? What's going to be delayed? What projects that were being worked on and figuring out? What does that all mean? It doesn't show that in this discussion piece in the 3 or 4 pages. But I'd like to add this note here. The municipality of Anchorage, not this administration, but the previous administrations and the Assembly have had a problem in how to handle COVID money. Expecting money, dealing with like the Alaska Club, and then finally find out that, we goofed, the feds. Using the money for a specific purpose that is not allowed. And they got caught in that situation. Now, in this situation, like I said, it's coming from a specific account. But you're expecting reimbursement. The question is when, could take years. And number 2 is what is the impact to those other projects that is not identified here, and how is that going to work? And I'll leave you with that with 18 seconds to spare. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zolotow, do you want to speak to this motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The appropriation proposed in this item was already approved out of the 101 fund, which has been our traditional way in which we have funded COVID-related items. In particular, this was for vaccine and testing through the health department. I believe that's the appropriate vehicle. If we use the capital improvement fund, those dollars will be spent. Those dollars were previously appropriated as capital for the purchase of shelter and transitional housing facilities and I believe about $11 million remain in that fund. So that would leave approximately $3 million if this were approved while we wait for COVID reimbursement to come back. And in fact, there's nothing within this item that requires that FEMA reimbursement to come back, and there's nothing in this item that requires FEMA reimbursement to come back into this fund. Some information I received from Mr. Campbell indicates that FEMA reimbursement goes back into the 101 fund. And so if the facilitation around homelessness is successful and moves forward and needs capital for a capital project, which is exactly what we're exploring, there'll be $3 million, a little less than $3 million available versus the $11 million that is currently available in that fund that had previously been appropriated for a very similar purpose. So I think this undercuts, while I understand the rationale by the administration, it undercuts another very significant effort, one that I believe we got a quick tally today. This is a little bit of a digression, but that we've spent 43 and a half hours working on that facilitation so far, with many more hours scheduled. I think protecting that capital fund in this moment to see if we need to implement something that will help us wind down our congregate and non-congregate mass care potentially, or to be prepared when that has to end, is the prudent way to go. So I urge your support for the motion to postpone this item because this has already been taken care of by us previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I think I appreciate Meg's points. Those are important. And, you know, my understanding of the intent on this is that by going this route, we would not further threaten the savings requirements they have for the 10% and 2% and so on. And, you know, that's important, and I appreciate that. But, you know, I think as Mr. Consent said on the previous item, you know, that is our savings. And if you have rainy day savings, it's kind of silly not to tap into them when it rains. So, you know, we are fortunate that we have been careful through our decades as a city in saving an appropriate amount of money. So when we get an earthquake or a pandemic or whatever else might happen, we have a source of funds to go to, and then we'll refill it. And in this case, with FEMA money, fairly with some certainty. So, I would vote in support of the postponement. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AO 2021-83.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
The motion to postpone indefinitely passes 10-1. We now have before us item 15A. First, a note about items in this section of the agenda. They typically involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. These items are typically public hearing items. Next, we have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-283, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new recreation site, liquor license number 5982, and restaurant designation permit for Youth Exploring Adventure, Inc., DBA Hilltop Ski Area, located at 7015 Abbott Road, Anchorage, Alaska, 99507, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on approval of AR 2021-283.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
The motion to approve passes unanimously. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2021-284, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5954 and restaurant designation permit for El Pastor LLC, DBA El Pastor LLC, located at 12300 Old Glen Highway, Eagle River, Alaska 99577, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AR 2021-284.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
The motion to approve passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2021-285, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of location of package store liquor license number 5170 for Isles Inc., DBA La Bodega, located at 718 K Street, Anchorage, Alaska, 99501. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I'll say one thing.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to thank Pamela, the owner of this establishment, for moving this proposal forward. You've heard me talk about it, and this is one of the last keys in the puzzle to see that block in the downtown really transform. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AR 2021-285.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The motion to approve passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15D, resolution number AR 2021-286, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new winery liquor license number 5971 for Hive Mind Meadery LLC, DBA Hive Mind Meadery LLC, located at 600 West 58th Avenue, Suite A, Anchorage, Alaska 99518.
Reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AR 2021-286.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 15E, resolution number AR 2021-298, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M12808 to ACF Ventures, Inc., DBA Tundra Jane, stating the Assembly's waive of protest of the transfer of State of Alaska marijuana license number 12808 for the same establishment respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote to approve AR 2021-298.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. Mr. Constant?
Madam Chair, a moment of personal privilege.
Go ahead.
After a regrettable conversation today with members of the administration, it's become clear the need to encode a long-standing custom. Therefore, I move to lay on the table and introduce an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code regarding management authority over meeting premises and other municipal property used by the Assembly, boards, or commissions for hearing on September 28th. Second.
Third.
Thank you.
So the item has been moved, seconded, and thirded, which I believe is all that is necessary now for it to be scheduled for public hearing, and it has been officially introduced. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have before us final audience participation. We will start with the phone list, as we had a number of people at the start of the meeting in the room, and I did not get any of the folks who had signed up for initial audience participation on the phone, so we are going to begin with that list first. Mr. Turner, would you get Polly Carr on the line, please?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Could we try Paul Kendall, please?
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Kendall.
Yes, hold on just a second. I've got you guys running here, I think. Okay.
Okay, this, you are on for final audience participation, and if you would go
did.
ahead and state your name for the record,
you.
you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not sure where to start, ladies and gentlemen. I continue to be appalled by your lack of courtesy to the public. 3 minutes is just an atrocious assault on our individual wills. It's as if you want to squeeze us out of any kind of participation. I watch you spend money for COVID nonsense when we could tech up the Marston Theater and the public would be able to resolve a lot of issues. It just goes on and on. I emailed you tonight a letter to the mayor and the chief of police and the prosecuting attorney's office there for having a public hearing with the chief of police and all of the officers, because we're now seeing private security guards in a school district building that we own. We own those buildings, and you people bring in private security guards in our building that you work for us. At the LIO, something is happening to our government, and I think we need to all get together and decide and see exactly where the limits are at on this thing. And here's what it seems to me that's happening. In the past, our government was parasitical, it was hindering, it was intrusive. We all realized that, but we just didn't want to do the work.
the next thing is that when Trump came in of his own, it was like every one of us realized something was wrong, and we elected him. If you looked at America, it was all red except the big cities where your perversion and your failure, your continual, anyway, the big cities are in difficult situations. So what's happened now, I think, is our government has turned predacious or predatory, it's threatening, and now it's turned communistic. And I don't understand this. You folks have a chance to build and to lead us into a new society. And for the last decade, I've been saying Alaska could reach a new society in an evolutionary leap and have a place in history. And you folks continue to insult us, to threaten my people, to assault us, to minimize us, to mitigate, make me wait till 10:30 to give a calling or a compelling or a gripe or a complaint. It just goes to show your lack of understanding the mission of what you're there for. Now, I want that Marston Theater. I want it converted. I want it teched up. I want it converted to the people so we can meet and have unlimited moments of discussion. We need whiteboards. We need cameras in there because you people are limiting us. You're threatening us. And it isn't just me. In that email I sent you tonight, look at the Natomas, N-A-T-O-M-A-S, school board meeting out of California. We're about to see our society unravel. My concern is that by 2022, we could go from confrontation to conflict. And if that happens, I don't think we'll ever be able to reverse it, ladies and gentlemen. These are very serious times, and I feel like how is it I would be experiencing this in Alaska? It's unbelievable. I watch you people down there, you're in a state of conflict or confrontation or some strategic mindset that we all don't see or understand. Is that my time? Hello?
Yes, sir, that's your time.
Well, okay,
Thank you, Mr.
anyway,
Kendall.
Yeah, thank you.
For your participation. Mr. Turner, could we go back to Ms. Carr? She actually was on standing by.
Hi there.
Hi, Ms. Carr.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Welcome. You are on for final audience participation with the Anchorage Assembly. If you would state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Polly Carr, and I wanted to thank Madam Chair LaFrance and members of the Assembly. I'm speaking tonight to express my sincere support for the ordinance introduced by members Zalatel and Peterson regarding COVID safety mitigation measures. Our hospitals are in crisis, our cases are rising, and the people of Anchorage are desperately making a call for help. I am one of those people. I have a 10-year-old daughter who cannot yet be vaccinated, and she just got through a bout of COVID. I remember feeling my stomach drop when looking at her positive test results. Immediately, I thought, how sick will she get? Will there be care available if she gets really sick? How much school will she miss? How will I do my job? And honestly, a bunch of swear words swirled around in my head. My daughter ultimately missed nearly 2 weeks of school, not to mention the psychological impact of being isolated at home and the physical discomfort of being sick with the virus. I struggled to get anything done while supporting her. Our situation was much easier compared to that being experienced by many Alaskans because I have a spouse who can help support me in a job that allows this flexibility. If you have a job that requires you to work in person or on location, and the kid's sick at home, you don't have this choice. So some people have had to stop working in those situations. Our family wears masks. My husband and I are vaccinated, and we take many precautions. So someone might say, well, that just proves that these things don't matter. But we know from the scores of scientific data, real-life experiences, and stories that our personal actions alone cannot protect us from spread in our community. It is impossible to avoid or reduce the transmission of COVID-19 when a decent percentage of the adult population is still unvaccinated and not wearing masks. I applaud the Anchorage Assembly for attempting to continue addressing what is needed to keep our community safe. And I am in actual just disbelief and shock that our mayor would state there is nothing else I can do when presented with current COVID statistics or the many heart-wrenching stories by healthcare workers that we heard tonight and throughout our state about the dire situation we are in. Inaction by our elected leadership on the pandemic is going to lead to continued job loss due to the conflicts of caring for sick kiddos, due to adult employees getting sick and missing work, or getting seriously ill and no longer being able to work. I feel for municipal employees who have also recently had family leave benefits rescinded by the mayor, which seems like an additional gut punch at this critical moment. We are hurting our businesses, our schools, our families, and our jobs by not taking this pandemic seriously as it should be taken. By not acting, we are hurting our economy and our community as a whole. Kids live truth and can see through our actions. My daughter broke it down pretty easily by asking this.
Ms. Carr, your time is up. Thank you for your participation.
Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Constant?
I regretfully move to extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
To extend to 11:15 or?
Yes.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition?
Madam Chair, can you please restate the motion?
The motion is, if I might, to extend the meeting to 11:15.
11:15.
11:15.
Thanks. Sorry, the phone's been a little staticky. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeking unanimous consent? Hearing no objection, though I suspect it, this motion to extend passes and we will go to 11:15. We've got a couple more folks on the initial participation list that I want to try since I was not able to get to them early, and then we'll alternate between in-person and then our phone list. Mr. Turner, would you try Michelle Bryant-Wrightson, please?
Hi, you've reached Michelle K. Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. We'll go ahead and try Janelle Jones.
Hello, this is Janelle.
Hi, Ms. Jones. You are on with the Anchorage Assembly for final audience participation. If you'll go ahead and state your full name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Janelle Jones, resident of East Anchorage. I'd like to speak to all the participants present at this Assembly chamber here today. One can see that governments are playing on everyone's ignorance in regards to medicine, science, and our God-given immune system. Our bodies have a built-in defense mechanism called the immune system, which protects one's body from viruses. You can take action to immunize your body by strengthening your immune system. The study of immunology comes in handy to strengthen your immune system. We can then see the truth of what every single individual can do to make oneself immune. So let's be clear, masks and a vaccine, no hand sanitizer, will make you immune to viruses. So what does? Natural food, organic food, non-GMO foods, the true Father God in whom we are the image of, along with our Mother, the Holy Spirit, has endowed every human being with an immune system in order to make oneself immune to viruses. So we don't have to live in fear and pain. We can be happy, healthy, strong, filled with life and vitality, yet look at the world living in pain and fear to a man-made virus. What a joke. What an insult to logic, to science, to truth, to God, all obeying mandates and commands given by the very people controlling the world who manufactured the virus, all while they are profiting and scheming to fulfill the ultimate agenda of total enslavement to humanity, which unfortunately is already the case. These same people manufacture artificial and poisonous foods and products in order to weaken and destroy our immune system, and open to suggestion and mind control, because you have not educated yourselves, and at the same time you have allowed mind control to be filled with lies, misinformation. You cannot even comprehend how God gave us an immune system in order to protect us from sinister humans and forces who wish to enslave humanity through fear and ignorance. But don't worry, the truth can set you free. The truth can strengthen your mind and body, that can allow you to rise above fear and ignorance in order to become immune and free from fear and ignorance. We all want to live as free, healthy, and happy people. That's what our father and mother want. While on the other hand, the people controlling the world want you to suffer and live in fear and servitude to them. But I am here to tell you that you are not obligated to submit to a virus, nor do you have to submit to their mandates and orders. We can free ourselves by immunizing our body in order to rid ourselves of the anxiety of catching a man-made virus. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Good day.
Thank you for your participation. So now we'll go to 3 folks in person, and I'll just alternate with this final audience list. If you want to come forward and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. As the 20th anniversary of 9/11 passed this year, I thought a lot about the aftermath. I thought a lot about how Alaskans, like they always had before, come together. At their jobs, Alaskans crowded horrified around televisions, not at all caring about political affiliation, and after they went home, hundreds upon hundreds of American flags came out. When Alaskans thought that a minority business had been targeted, overnight the city became papered with "Not in Our Town" signs taped up right next to those flags. This was the Alaska that I grew up in, the Alaska that I knew would stick together, that I was so proud to be a part of, that I thought I was raising my kids in. Even as recently as May, Alaskans came together to peacefully protest while our police department and our representatives, regardless of political affiliation, spoke out against the murder of George Floyd. Over the last year, though, something sinister has been happening. Suddenly, we are no longer Alaskans, but we are instead devolving into separate tribes fighting tribal warfare. Much of this change has been brought about by well-funded and nationally supported groups, such as Save Anchorage and Alaska Parents' Rights for Education. Groups which seek to divide us through rage propaganda, conspiracy theory, and which pull divisive national politics into our city. Those same unfruitful politics that we used to look at and say, "Not in our town." And now those people that seek to divide have risen on the fruits of their labor to top spots in our municipal government, where they vow revenge on our population and continue to seek to divide and destroy us. What I want to ask today, and I hope it's not too late, is for our city and our elected representatives to once again rise to the occasion and to say, "Not in our town." I also have to add that I almost changed my mind about leaving this testimony after witnessing what happened earlier this evening. The way that the people in this room were jeering, giving the thumbs down, and disrespecting the medical workers that came earlier was shocking and disgraceful. I don't know what has happened to this city, but I fear it might be already too late. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. I do have Ms. Allard in the queue for you, ma'am. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Are you saying that you're upset because the silent majority is speaking?
I'm going to pass on answering your questions. Thanks.
Thank you for your participation. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Roger Branson. I'm a mental health advocate, and a lot of the folks I advocate for are caught up in homelessness and in corrections For the past 6 weeks, I've been going into the Mountain View homeless camp at Snow Dump and back and forth across the street. It's been a very challenging week in camp, but we still have hope. And I'd like to read a quote by Teddy Roosevelt. "It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, yet who errs, who comes short again and again because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat." We have 400 human beings in the Sullivan Arena right now. At its height, the camp in Mountain View, I think, may have numbered as many as 150. We've got a couple hundred in 2 or 3 non-congregate shelters. We don't know how many homeless we have living in the cars because they blend in. And I look forward to the change that's coming with the mass shelter. With change comes the chance for improvement. All improvement requires change. Not all change leads to improvement. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I really thank this body and this community for the love and care. And you know, we don't have to like each other, but we do have to love each other. And thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl-Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more like an public interest. I'm opening my comments in reference to AR number 2021-313 that was submitted by Assemblymember Arlett. I'm appalled with the way the Assembly treated that introduction. You may quote me on these words because I came up with it. You can't silence a discussion on an idea. You cannot silence a discussion on an idea. And that's what you've done with the proposal by Assemblymember Arlett. Respectfully, a lot of people agree with her position, both members of the administration and many parts of our state. But whether you agree or not, the fact is, where is that discussion? The Assembly tonight miserably failed in having appropriate discussion. Assemblymember Kennedy came up with the idea of postponing it and having another chance on it 2 weeks later. And that was denied. That was denied. Assemblymember Kennedy, I appreciate that proposal. I do not appreciate why Assembly members fighting that proposal and denying that right. Yes, we cannot necessarily agree with each other all the time, but we need to show respect. And the failure here on this particular item shows a lack of respect and the continued lack of a discussion with the administration, Assembly, and the public. Where we're going in the future doesn't look good because of this lack of respect here. I could talk about a lot of things, but I'll close with this with 1 minute and 15 seconds to spare. During COVID time, it's even more important to have a conversation with people, not less. Now, the meetings that you have, Assembly members, you've been having in Assembly members like in rooms very small in City Hall. Not fit before COVID and certainly not fit now. And tomorrow, Assemblymember Salatel has proposed her committee meeting to be roaming. But what about those other meetings? The fact that it wasn't a problem in this room to have basically a meeting here, except there should have been more social distancing and respectfulness, and the other room should have been opened up like we've had in previous times when numbers are increased. But the avenue that I see here is an avenue of shutting the doors down from the people. And your committee meetings certainly show that if you cannot be physically present. And not only physically present, they certainly are not appropriate in City Hall in those small rooms where it's not social distancing and technology doesn't work very well. I close that with 5 seconds to spare. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Martin. And I just want to say that I certainly grant you all the grace to understand that you are all wanting what's best for your community, and that there's disagreement sometimes among us about what that looks like in practice. And I hope that you'll all grant everybody that's shown up here that same grace to understand that everybody is coming here with that desire to do what's best for our community. I want you to know that I come here without a mask because I believe that it's best for my health and actually the health of my community. When I look at meta-analyses that have been published on the efficacy of masks that were published before the COVID situation that we find ourselves in now, and that's important to me because the headlines that are coming out during this time, I truly believe, and many others that I know do believe, that they are motivated by a political desire on the part of those who own and control the major media outlets and who create those headlines to create a climate of fear for the profit of those same people and those who are in their class of billionaires, which isn't any of us who are in this room. The meta-analyses that I have seen that predate this time overwhelmingly show that masks actually do not have significant impacts on the spread of viruses, which are far too small to be blocked by any mask through which a person can breathe. The science also shows that there are harms to continuous mask wearing, from reduced oxygen intake, which affects the cells of our bodies almost immediately upon donning a mask. Also harms from rebreathing our own bodily waste. Also that masks, when improperly worn, tend actually to slightly increase the spread of disease. And when I say improperly worn, what I mean is that if you have a mask on your face and you're touching it, or you're taking it off and putting it back on, or you're taking it off, putting it in your pocket, and putting it back on later, all of which we all do. I've been seeing everybody in this room that's wearing a mask do those things. So that's considered in the studies that I've looked at improper mask use, and in those cases, spread of disease actually is increased slightly by that type of mask use. So again, what I want for our community is increased wellness. I know that's what we all want. I would love to see more of an emphasis on known practices for boosting our immune systems. And I actually am here again without a mask because I believe that masking is hurting rather than helping the health of our community. And it also takes away some important aspects of our humanity and being able to connect with one another with our faces. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation. I just want to note that we're down to the last 3 minutes, and I had said we'd go back and forth on the list. However, several of the folks who are on the list did testify here in person. So we have time for one more person. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is John Van Ravensway. I'm the medical director of Mount.
Mic is off. Could you press the button?
Madam Chair, before we proceed, can I move to extend the meeting, please? We do have a few more people that would like to finish up and testify.
There's a motion on the floor to extend
15 minutes, and then if we need to end it early, I think that's fine. That way we don't have to keep on extending.
Can we see a show of hands of who intends to testify tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5.
Okay, so the motion is to extend to 11:30 to accommodate the 5 people who wish to speak in person. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there opposition? Okay, we are extended, seeing no opposition, we are extended to 11:30. Apologies, sir, for the interruption. Please continue.
Hello, my name is John Van Ravensway. I'm the medical director of Mountain View Health Services, and we received a grant from, well, not from the Assembly, through the Assembly from the ARPA funds this last year. So we received that money on August 17th, and since then we'd like to just give a little small report of what's been happening with that money that you allocated to us. Part of the money was designated to hire a primary care physician. Just want to let you know that we, instead of hiring a primary care physician, we hired 2 primary care physicians assistants. This doesn't affect our overall funding or the way that it's basically extending and improving the use of that funds, I believe. And then the second thing we did was hire a professional counselor to try to oversee and develop our mental health portion of our clinic. So we're intending to be part of the Crisis Now model that's being developed. We want to be able to offer same-day appointments for those in crisis or next-day appointments. So we're intending to also hire another licensed professional counselor and a psychiatrist to oversee. I know we can't hire a full-time psychiatrist, but part of that money can be used to use psychiatry to consult and oversee our program. So just so you know, we're also intending in the future to more fully develop our involvement with seriously mental ill people, those in and out of API and the jail. And we're considering right now we're looking at what's called the clubhouse model. Many of you have heard of the Koyana Clubhouse that can also be used in other, for people with seriously mental illness that need to be reintegrated into society. Those with nothing to do basically during the day and are coming to our clinic basically saying that and are needing a way to get reintegrated. So we'd like the city to actually consider that model too as well. It's called the clubhouse model, where you build small regional facilities that can not only do case management, but also give them a work ordered day. So they're actually doing work that will train them to get jobs. I mean, whatever jobs are available, they can be trained to manage the clubhouse. They work together with staff to manage the clubhouse, and they also work with the case managers to find housing. So I know my time's up. Those are our plans, and that's what we've been doing so far. And I would be open to your questions via email or phone or tonight.
Thank you for your participation. And I want to note that member Quinn Davidson is on the phone. Oh, please come forward, ma'am. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Brenda Hasty. I wasn't planning to come here tonight.
Ma'am, would you bring the microphone down to your mouth? Thank you.
Is that better? Yeah. I didn't come here this evening planning to testify before the Assembly, but sitting here this evening and watching this body and how some of the Assembly members were treated this evening by other Assembly members was disgraceful in my opinion. And I'm sure that there are others that were here that would agree with that. I do have to say that I support the freedom to choose to make my own health choices, and I believe that every citizen should have that opportunity. I don't believe that a governing body should be dictating what medical devices that I should be using in the course of my life. I have traveled, this year I've traveled up and down the East Coast, and then in the middle of America quite extensively, all without wearing a mask. I've been in large groups. I've been exposed to coronavirus directly in my own home, and never once during this pandemic have I contracted the virus. I maintain a healthy lifestyle. I do not wear a mask. I do not rebreathe my oxygen to harm my own immunity. I think that should be taken into consideration. It is frustrating also for those with the idea that they are losing work when their family or themselves becomes ill with the virus, that it becomes a financial hardship. This entire pandemic for me has been a hardship, even though I've been healthy. I lost my job at the beginning of this pandemic when oil prices tanked to below $10 a barrel. And because of the restrictions that corporations and government bodies are mandating on our personal freedoms, I cannot find employment that is suitable. So I am appealing to this municipal body to stop dictating and making health choices for the community.
Thank you for your participation.
Chair, I have a question.
Member Allard?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. How long have you lived in Alaska? Or in Anchorage, obviously?
Most of my life. I lived for 6 months in Hong Kong in the early 90s on a work contract, and I was an exchange student in Germany when I was in high school. Other than that, I've lived here my entire life.
Can I just do one quick follow-up? Thank you, first of all, for your testimony. Can you tell me what district you're in? Do you know who
I'm
you're...
South Anchorage, Jewel Lake.
No, say that again. What assembly district you're in? Do you know who your representative is?
I believe would be LaFrance, right? And probably Weddleton.
South Anchorage? Okay.
If you're in Jewel Lake, probably West Anchorage.
Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Hi, my name is Amy Paul, and this is my first time ever being here, so a little
Could
nervous.
you pull the mic closer? Sorry to interrupt you.
That's it. I'm a nurse in Alaska, and I work at the hospital, and I work with the community, and with a bunch of other nurses, and I'm also a mom, and I have grandchildren as well. And I come to discuss about the vaccine mandatory. There's a lot of nurses that don't want to be vaccinated, and we feel, and a lot of us we've been discussing this, and we feel like it should be a choice. We've been in the midst of everything. We've seen a lot. We've been working with patients. I work in the surgical services, and so I talk to patients and bringing them in, and I'll discharge them out to go home. And some people, I will have to say, there are some people that regret taking the vaccine, and I have some patients that are happy about it. And I just feel like it should be a choice. And I wanted to bring up, there's been a couple articles, one in Israel, and a lot of them, most of them have been vaccinated. And there's lots of cases going on in Israel, and they've been saying that's not much difference between the vaccinated and the non-vaccinated. And I also want to bring up that our vice president, she said about the rights of women make decisions for themselves with whomever they choose about their own bodies, and needless to say, the rights of women making the decisions about their own bodies, not negotiable. The rights of women to make decisions about their own bodies is their decisions, it's their bodies. And I feel that should be for everybody. We all should be able to make our own decisions for our own bodies, whether it's for the choice of having a vaccine or not. And I am seriously concerned if we're already so low staffed and we have a mandate where we're going to be losing nurses at the end, in October, because a lot of them won't be taking the vaccine that choose not to and will be fired. I'm concerned about our community and how we're going to be able to staff our hospitals and take care of the people. And that's it.
Thank you for your participation.
I have a question, Chair. My thing isn't working.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Did you say which hospital that you work at? And if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to say it.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. But when you're done, can I give you my card?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Alfred Lonzer. I got the opportunity to speak briefly before, and thank you all for sticking around so late. I caught the beginning or the end of the presentation that started the meeting off, I think, and I am a firm believer in fairness, and I think you've had some physicians who feel very strongly about COVID and how it should be dealt with, and my firm belief is that there is not a uniform belief through all of medicine that is the only way of dealing with things. And I just hope that you'll give time to hear opposing views of how things should be handled before you start forcing us to do things with our city and our state. That's all. Thank you for
your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, Assembly. I had really wished I would have been able to speak at the beginning. However, tonight's meeting was very busy. So, I would like to first address some issues as I see them. The first surrounds the Joint Assembly and School Board meeting. This meeting occurred last Friday. I would like to speak to the use of electronic devices through the chair, the members of this body, and then through the chair, members of the school board. When you're communicating on electronic devices, it's not within the purview of the public meeting. So I would consider that a matter possibly for the municipal prosecutor or maybe the state's attorney general, Trey Taylor. That matter also occurred today. Earlier, I witnessed and pictured 3 individuals on the dais that were communicating via their electronic devices, and as well comments of members of the assembly body that was going on while members of the public were speaking. It's not only disrespectful, it's violative of the Open Meetings Act. Next, I would like to speak to the enforcing of mask mandates. This is a public service announcement that I was arrested and placed in jail for not wearing a mask at the Anchorage School District. My case number is listed on there that can be referenced with the Anchorage Police Department. Through the chair, Municipal Manager Emily Demboski, through the chair, the mayor, and through the chair, the Chief of Police, Kenneth McCoy. They execute and enforce the laws, rules, and regulations on the books. I was jailed for not wearing a mask. You can check it out, check me out on Courtview, Niall Williams. I would also like to speak to the treatment of prisoners at Anchorage Correction Center. I was jailed in a 2x2 cell with human feces, blood, snot, pubic hair, and various other disgusting particles because I refused to take a forced medical PCR examination by the Corrections Department under coercion. Through the mayor, that's a violation.
Thank you for your participation. We have time for one more member of the public. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. Can you press that button to get it? Thank you.
My name is Frank McQuarrie. I'm here to speak for myself. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Assembly. And on behalf of what the CDC numbers is about 62 million people that haven't been talked about tonight, but you need to consider as you think about the regulations and the things you're going to impose on the public. The CDC number for 62 million people is the number of people who have contracted COVID but haven't been vaccinated. A lot of medical people say they should be vaccinated anyway, but recent data coming out of Israel, the most vaccinated nation in the world, says that the immunity from natural infection is approximately 20, these are peer-reviewed studies, is approximately 27 times more powerful than immunity from vaccination. And that's not detected necessarily by antigen tests, but by more sophisticated tests that measure the T cell and B cell impacts of natural acquired immunity. Add to the fact, and that's all on the CDC, and it's from peer-reviewed studies from Israel. For those of us who may not want to be vaccinated and may be forced to in order to get on an airplane or go to a class or something, this is almost malpractice on the part of the medical profession, the government, and the regulators that are imposing that requirement without taking into consideration that large body of people who've been sick, already have acquired an immunity that's superior to vaccination. This is becoming more and more apparent. And add to the fact that there's also preliminary studies now out of Europe and China that some of these so-called breakthroughs are actually the result of the spike proteins triggering the same kind of response in the body that the virus itself does. So be cautious with your impulse to do good by forcing everybody to do something without knowing what the consequences are. Check your facts. CDC isn't already right, but the 62 million was the lowest number you could get off of their site. The other number, if you extrapolate with the population, would have been 110 million people. So this is not an insignificant problem, but it's a problem for me if I'm forced to get a vaccine, which may ultimately kill me when I don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation, and we are out of time.
Yeah, we're adjourned. I just want to say, as of today, article here, the 17% of Israelis that are unvaccinated account for 65% of all serious COVID-19 cases. But we're adjourned, so that doesn't go into the record.
Madam Chair, can I please say something really quick?
Actually, we are adjourned. We ran out of time.
The meeting's over. She can say whatever she wants. The meeting's over. Yeah, she can say whatever she wants.